Hello and good morning, everybody. Good to see everybody here again. We are on verdict watch. Hopefully, we get a verdict today. Let me give some shout outs here. I'll go back as far as I can. Sybil, Shy, Serenity, Optimistic Zebra, Rosie, Tracy Cruz, K. Mitch, Bad Monkey, Janelle, Sarah, Positive Vibes, Butterfly Dana, Carol, SJ, good morning. Good morning, everybody. Stoner Racing, good morning. Dawn, Caroline, Patty, Sandra Stevens, CC, Leslie, Christina, Nana, good morning. Lisa Guy, good morning. Lisa, and Sherry's Opinion, Darlene, Charissa, Arties, Pichama, good morning, my love. Mary Ann Welton, good morning. Christine, Kaylin, Lori, Oracle Blinn, Comptute, Katerina, good morning. CC, good morning. So after going through a bunch of things that were out there, you guys, I know sometimes it was hard to hear what was being said in the courtroom. Good morning, Glenna. Mary, good morning. But there was a few things that I caught. Katerina, good morning. That Young had said in his closing arguments. Country Girl Life, Crimea River, good morning, everybody. Please smash that like button and let everybody know that we are live. Kathy, Bonnie, good morning. Felicity, good morning. Well, good afternoon from the UK. So this was something I had totally missed. Either I wasn't listening properly or I don't know. But Young said, and he is for the prosecution. Good morning, Sarah, Kaylin, Charissa, good morning. That Letecia didn't, I know that Letecia had an evaluation done before she decided she was going to plead not guilty by reason of insanity. Denali, Pamela, good morning. But what I did miss, Artie's, good morning, was in that first 2-week observation period where nurses and employees were watching her, she actually went to a nurse and said, "Can you tell when someone's faking it?" And she said, "Because I've got bipolar disorder, I'm manic depressant, I ramble, I have manic depression. That's my mental illness." Jennifer, good morning. Sarah, nothing about a dissociative identity disorder, which is what Dr. Lewis is claiming that she had. So all these things that she said that she had are not valid for a not guilty by reason of insanity. Now, apparently there was no evidence of psychosis. And apparently it wasn't until the second competency evaluation done in December, so from July to December, and this is once they started talking with Dr. Lewis. They started citing the fact Letecia decided to start talking about dissociative identity disorder and bipolar. So it wasn't until she had already talked with Dr. Lewis. Dr. Lewis was finally retained by the defense to do this evaluation on her. And Letecia changed her not guilty by reason of insanity in February of December or February of 2021. And then in February of 2022, Dr. Lewis recommended that Stauch change her plea to not guilty by reason of insanity. So she changed it in February of 2022 after talking to Dr. Lewis. Lori, good morning. Then she went back to the state hospital for another evaluation. And at this one, she was saying, well, I'm not bipolar. I'm just reading this here. That she wasn't bipolar, that she had now created personalities as part of a dissociative identity disorder. Is it a coincidence that she consulted with Dr. Lewis prior to this, and now Maria Sanchez comes into play? Dr. Torres and Dr. Gray asked if they could talk to Maria, and they couldn't. But we saw how that happened with Dr. Lewis. And when Dr. Lewis was questioned about it, she said, it's magic. Now, Dr. Torres and Dr. Gray and Dr. Young had said Stauch has a personality with borderline narcissistic features. So that's her personality, not another personality. Her own personality is borderline and narcissistic with narcissistic features. So she was not crazy. Young talked about how Dr. Lewis testified, she's acting. You have to look at her demeanor and manner while testifying. She wouldn't answer any of my questions because she didn't want you to know the answer. She shows up to court late and talks about narcissistic tendencies. Oh, talk about narcissistic tendencies. So Young is also calling Dr. Lewis narcissistic. Young also continued to talk about Dr. Lewis's testimony, saying it spoke for itself. He criticized Dr. Lewis, saying she didn't even know the legal definition of insanity in Colorado. He's also suggesting that the reasons Letecia called the assistant principal, saying that her father had been hit and was deceased. He's suggesting that that meant she knew what she was going to do. Also calls in Gannon sick from school. He says all points to she knew what she was going to do that day. And these calls were made between 3 and 4 a.m. in the morning. So the morning that Gannon was taken. He also had hydrocodone in his body, which was not prescribed to him. It was prescribed for his father when he'd cut his finger off, or the tip of his finger off, whatever that was. It should not have been in his body. They also talked about her giving him enemas all the time, which could be signs of her SAing Gannon. It goes to show that Letecia knew that Gannon had been poisoned from this drug that he was given and that something may happen to him. So there was some things there that I had missed when they were giving their clothes. Tellini was saying that he wants the jury to focus on the lack of motive presented by the prosecution. Tellini was saying that there was no explanation for motive besides a psychotic break. Well, the prosecution doesn't have to prove motive. He said that this wasn't pre-planned, calculated. It was a psychotic break fueled by rage, attacking a demon from the past. This was not premeditated. This was a psychotic break. That's the only thing that makes sense. That's what Tellini is saying. Good morning, sister. Yes. Please don't mention other sources, other creators, other channels, other outlets in this live. Please mask your words like SA and pew pew and and bang 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 on the head. You know what I mean? Like you got to mask your words. Tellini had also said that there's something going on in her mind. Something in there is losing it. Something occurs in the basement, a brutal attack with rage. The brutal attack is the strongest evidence in this case. Tellini said there's only two things that account for her actions at this point in time. It's either dissociation disorder or she puts what happened to Gannon, that brutal attack, into a place in her mind that she doesn't remember. She remembers exactly what she did because she told the story. Cellini also said that Dr. Lewis has more expertise on this subject than anyone else in the country. No, what Dr. Lewis has done is she has found a money bag, dissociative identity disorder, that she can start diagnosing to people, and she can start getting a lot of work and a lot of TV time and book time and everything else by doing her as she calls, magic. She's washed up, is exactly what Dr. Lewis is. When you have experts in psychology, neurology, and everything else that have interviewed and spent tons of time with Letecia Stauch, and they all have came to the same conclusion that she does not have DID, that she is narcissistic and maybe bipolar. Please smash that like, you guys. 153 people in here, 91 likes. Boo. 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 Please smash that like. It's free to do and shows that you appreciate what I'm doing here. So thank you. For those who have smashed that like, thank you very much. If you go out of chat, go hit that like button, come back into chat, make sure you have live chat selected at the top of your chat box so you don't miss anything. Thank you, you guys. I see you going out there and smashing that like. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And there's something here that really makes me go, because if you have another personality, your one personality doesn't know what the other one is doing. And he had said, Tellini reiterated to the jury that Dr. Lewis said, Mrs. Stauch is one of the most mentally ill people she's ever dealt with. Are you kidding me? You've dealt with Ted Bundy, Billy, whatever, Milligan. What? Tellini said she didn't endorse that it was Maria who did this. What she said was that Stout disassociated the memory of the homicide because she can't bear to deal with it. Right. She did it, and now she wants to forget about it. That doesn't make her DID. Robin says, Willa, do you have Messenger from Facebook? I have Facebook, but I don't have the Messenger set up because once I get offline and I'm done for the night, my phone would constantly be going off. So I have not activated Messenger. No, I don't have that on my phone. My phone would be nonstop, you guys. I do go in and check. I try to go in every day to Facebook and check and see what's going on over there. But yeah, I don't have Messenger set up on my Facebook because my phone would just be constantly going nonstop. Tellini said, Stout cannot accept the idea that she committed this brutal, horrible homicide. To accept the fact in her mind would crush her soul, would crush her identity. So she's trying to come up with another fantasy of what happened. This is what Tellini said. This is your lawyer saying this. Your lawyer just told the jury to accept the fact in her mind, to accept the fact that she committed this brutal homicide, to accept that fact in her mind would crush her soul, would crush her identity. So she's trying to come up with another fantasy of what happened. That's what Tellini said. Like, you just told the jury she did it, and she's trying to forget about it. Like, wow. And then when the prosecution did their rebuttal on Tellini's closing, Michael Allen said the only fantasy in this courtroom is that the defendant, this stepmother who took Gannon's life, had a psychotic break. That's the only fantasy. This defendant hated Gannon. You know that because she searched for it on her phone. I hate my stepson. She wanted to hurt Al, Allen said. She wanted to hurt Landon, for that matter. She did to the core. They will never recover from what she did to them, and she did it in one act. That was in his closing. How many times did I say that, you guys, through the course of this whole trial? She did this to hurt Gannon and Landon and Al at the same time with one act. I said that right from the beginning, and he just used it in his rebuttal. You know what I wish they would have done, Robin? Robin says, if you have multiple personalities, then none of these personalities would know any language that you didn't already know. Let me just get that. Hang on. Where is it? They also wouldn't know what the other personality was doing. What I would have liked to see when she was, what was she saying? She was Russian. I wish they would have brought in somebody who spoke Russian and spoke to her in Russian to see what she would have said. That's what they should have done. Had somebody come in and interview her again in Russian. Yeah, she should have just walked away, but she didn't. She didn't want to just walk away. She felt her. Everything is about Letecia. Right from the very first day, this has been about Letecia. Letecia couldn't help, but every time, like when she got, even in front of the camera, when she did that interview, it was all about her. She didn't want to talk about Gannon. She wanted to talk about how she was being mistreated by police, how she was doing hard done by how she is suffering from this, how she is out, how she can't go home to her own house because Landon's there. Her. From day one, this has been about her. So she couldn't just walk away. She wanted to hurt Alan Landon the way she said that they hurt her. And how can she do that? In one single act is by doing what she did to Gannon. I've said that from day one. I'm hoping by noon they come back. Now, also, you guys, more of what I have found out. Let me get rid of that. Hang on. Let me just see here where I found this. Hang on. Okay, so everybody was concerned because it had been like almost 4 hours that they had been deliberating on Friday. Well, it wasn't. Because apparently, from what I understand, is they ate their lunch before they started. They had to pick a jury foreperson. So they did that after they ate. They had to wait for all the evidence to get into the jury room. So they were not even in, they were in a room to eat their lunch. Then they picked the foreperson. Then they had to wait for all the evidence to be brought in to the jury room before they could even start deliberating. So they had not been deliberating for all that for almost 4 hours. Yeah, I'm surprised that they weren't sequestered either. Like, they weren't allowed to leave the courthouse for the day once they went into the jury room, but they were allowed to go home for the weekend. I don't get that. Like, why did you stop them from going out for lunch if you weren't going to keep them sequestered? Yeah. She will be brought over to the courthouse this morning. Sorry. And she will be held in that one of those little tiny, what, 3 feet wide by 6 feet long cells with a little chair in there with a window on the door. She'll be held in there until the verdict comes back. She'll be fed in there, everything. Yeah, so even before they can start deliberating, there was a process that had to happen. So ate lunch, give them half an hour, 40 minutes. Then they had to pick a jury foreman. They had to wait for all the evidence to be brought in before they could even start. Oh, yes, to be a fly on that wall. Yeah, she's going to be in a holding cell in the court, just outside the courtroom. I think so too. I think they should have been sequestered. They weren't even allowed to leave to go and get lunch before they started jury deliberations. They weren't allowed to leave the courthouse. They weren't allowed to go anywhere. So they had lunch that was brought to them. Um, so why aren't they sequestered? If she is to be found insane, she would be turned over to the Department of Mental Health Services, where she would be taken to a mental health hospital until if and when she could be brought back to sanity. If she is found not guilty by reason of insanity, she can never be tried for this case again. Yes, there are. Butterfly Dina, I agree. There's usually big warning signs before a psychotic break. I don't know. Oh, sorry, you guys. Uh, I'm stuck on stupid this morning. Here we go. So I do have it up. So if they do come back, I have it up right here. You guys will hear when they come back. I've also got some other things open here. Waiting for the verdict. They're supposed to start deliberating again in about 10-15 minutes, you guys. I don't know if the judge is going to say anything, but if he does, we will see it right there. You forgot control freak, country girl. Yes, narcissist, master manipulator, cold and calculated, even compulsive, and control freak. Yeah, and there's no indication that she had any brain injury like they were trying to claim. There is no medical evidence. There's no medical doctor report. There's no stamp saying she came to Canada. All this stuff that she tried to lie about, that shows intent right there. You don't have to lie about those things if they happened. You know what I mean? You would have those doctor's reports. You would be able to say, well, I have a brain injury. If you had a brain injury, you would be getting ongoing help for that. She has nothing to show for any of this that they have been claiming. No, they did not deliberate all weekend. They went home. I think this is a pretty serious federal case. She crossed state lines and everything and committed more crimes across state lines by disposing of his body in Florida, attacking the sheriff that was bringing her back to Colorado. This is a serious federal case. And they should have been sequestered. You're very welcome, Sammy. Thank you for being here. Yeah, like we didn't say nothing on the judge's website coming back and saying they were going home for the day or anything because I had it up just like this. So that's why now I have 3 or 4 different sites that I'm watching, you guys. I got the courtroom. I've got a bunch of different avenues that I can find out when this verdict comes back. But we will see it here on what's on the screen, so they're not going to have to worry about that. She ain't going there. Yeah, and that's another thing. Like, I have never seen that. That is so wrong for a witness to meet again with the defendant after she has given her report. Totally wrong. Should never have happened. Well, I mean, it's not going to do any good, Robin. Good morning, Nana. Nana of 7. Good morning. Robin, good morning. Country Girl Life, good morning. I'm sorry if I haven't said good morning. Piedette, good morning. Yes, it does. Exactly. And CC, yes, there would be some indication, some medical record of it, and there's none. Yes, she was just a violent person. She was a narcissist with control issues and anger issues. And there's millions of them walking this earth, but they don't have a mental health issue. It is their character. No, no, this isn't federal court. Sorry, you guys. I'm in Canada, so it's hard for me to, because I know how it is here, and I try and apply it there, but it's not the same there. So yes, I don't think she's in federal court, but they should have been sequestered. Okay, so it wasn't a federal case. It should have been because she crossed state lines. She brought his remains across state lines. It should have been a federal case. Yeah. And I did. I ended up watching the 24 Faces of Billy Milligan. And in the end, to find out he knew what he was doing, he faked it all. Because before his death, he had said something along the lines to his sister or somebody that he killed people and everything. He knew what he did. Right. And she had way too many details of what happened. I don't know if they're going to proceed with that. It all depends, I guess, what happens in this case. Yeah, she wasn't charged federally. She was brought back to Colorado. But she should have been because she brought his remains across state lines and committed another crime by what she did in Florida. Nana, you got to mask your words, hon. Let me just see here. Okay, why am I not seeing moderators, what moderators are doing here? Because I see that Nana of 7, I can't even remove her comment. I don't know if somebody's removed it. Mods, if you remove a comment, please highlight the person's name so I know what's been removed. Okay, let me go back to this. Okay, B Trauma, I will check my email. Hang on. Yeah, I was even starting to believe him. I was leery about it all, but I started believing it. And then nearing the end, it's like, No, it's okay, Nana of 7. Just please mask your words. I'm just asking the mods, though, if you do remove a comment, please highlight the person's name and give them the warning with the word so they know, because there's a lot of new people in here and some of them just don't know what the rules are. They should, because they got to read it before they can comment for the first time. But mistakes are made, so yeah, I can't see who removed it. So please, when you remove a comment, do that in chat. And you never hide somebody from the channel. The only one that does that is me, so I can keep track of who's being hidden. You can time them out if they do it again, but don't hide. Please highlight my name and let me know what is going on. It was on Netflix, Fruit Fly. Okay, just give me a second. I gotta go and check my email here. What? I don't know if this is true or not. This could be somebody just trying to cause some trouble, but it's saying, why is a jury member jeopardizing everything by talking to someone who commented on this live stream in real time? They are instructed not to discuss this trial with anyone but the jury members. I don't know how true that is, if that happened. I like these people that send me this junk mail. Please select this to deposit this e-transfer of 4.8 million US for foreign investment. If you are interested, reply for more details. But it says, "Dear Sir." Unreal. Okay, hang on, you guys. I gotta mute for a minute. Hang on. Freakzilla, please don't mention other sites here. Hang on a sec, you guys. Okay, you guys, you gotta stop mentioning what you're hearing in other places. Thank you, Nana7. Thank you, K Mitch, for doing that. So now I know what is going on. I can watch for it. Okay, the judge is here.
All right, court will call 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury's not present in the courtroom. I've asked everybody to be here because I've received a question from the jurors. It's actually two questions. The first one is, can we have an index list of all exhibits? And do we have that?
So we have two different versions of the exhibit list that we brought based on Mr. Sproul giving us a heads up about this. One has every exhibit, even the ones that were not admitted. And then we have one that's pared down that has every admitted exhibit, which I think would probably be the best one for the jury.
Right, I agree. Okay, so I just need the one that has, oh, you got it? Okay. I just need the one that has the admitted exhibits. And I want to make sure that it also has defense exhibit. There was one.
We weren't keeping track of defense.
Okay, there's only one, so I'll write it on there. So that'll be
two
fine.
copies, Judge.
Yes, please.
And what I'm saying, you guys, is if that is true, it'll be mentioned right here about
Thank
this
you.
juror. So please stop mentioning things that you're hearing other places that are not verified. Do not mention other creators, anything here, any other sites.
And my
anything.
thought is that I just write down. Oh no, we haven't. It's on the second page. Picture from Garden of the Gods that was admitted. So it is on there. So it's all good.
Our paralegal is more awesome than I thought.
Yep.
Won't say her name in case other jurisdictions don't want to hire her.
I get it. So take that with you before so I don't lose it. All right. The next question is, can we have both a preliminary and final report from Dr. Lewis? And I think what they're talking about is they want the reports from Dr. Lewis. My proposed response is expert reports are not introduced as exhibits in a trial. You have all the evidence you may properly consider to decide the issues in this case. Prosecution?
Yeah, I think that's the right answer. We certainly, those two things were not ever admitted, and I
Right.
think it would have been improper to try to admit them as well. So,
Right, and they never are. So that's why I put this, usually I only have the second sentence, but because they're asking for both reports, rather than highlighting or saying that this has something to do with Dr. Lewis specifically, which it does not. I mean, they're not gonna get Dr. Torres and Dr. Grimmett's reports either. Mr. Tellini?
No, I agree.
Okay, then I will sign this.
Your group approach has been somewhat of an issue that came up over.
Give me just a second. Okay. All right, so we've sent back, I give you both, right? Okay, we're gonna send back the exhibit list, and the answer to the question, that I've already, given you. That takes care of everything at this point in time. I'm still gonna give a, 30-minute warning with some grace for the people to get here. I know that it may take them somewhat longer. Can you give me some idea of generally where they might be coming from?
well, I think we've got Landon and her family here. Al and his side of the family, I'm sure, are just waiting for us to give them a call. They live in town, so
Okay.
I think in all likelihood we'll be fine with 30 minutes. I'm just
Okay.
saying if that becomes an issue,
No, if it does,
you never know.
right.
And you've been very gracious with that the whole
Okay.
time, Judge. So
Yeah, just let me know and we'll deal with it. Otherwise, I'll let you know when I hear something.
okay. Sounds
Okay,
good. Thank you.
court will be in recess.
All right.
Okay, so there you go. So I've got it up on the screen right now. Stop mentioning other channels, what you're hearing other places, the rumors, everything. I don't know how many of you guys have sat through something like this before, especially when we're waiting for a verdict. There's all kinds of rumors and lies and everything that are being spewed because people want attention. If there was a problem with one of the jurors, it would have been addressed right there. So that goes to show you right there, it's nothing but another lie and rumor. Stop it. Stop mentioning other channels, everything, other sites. I don't care what you're hearing and where you're hearing it. I don't want to hear it. People are going to start being removed. I only keep factual stuff here, and that's exactly what we're going to have here. If you can't do that, then I'm sorry. Maybe this isn't the place for you. We keep it factual here. We keep it safe for everybody here. You can't attack the mods. You can't attack each other. You can have a difference of opinion. That's fine. Do it respectfully. But it's not going to be tolerated, the disrespect. So that's the last warning right now. It's on the screen. Don't mention other platforms, other people, other creators, other channels, what you're hearing, and all these other places, because it's not factual. And this is just one other way. We just proved it. Somebody put out a rumor about a juror, and it was brought into my chat. And it was garbage. It was a lie. So, with that being said, now the jury asked a few questions. It just shows me that I think that my opinion of why they were asking for Dr. Lewis's stuff was, I think they want to compare that to what all the other doctors are saying, which is something I would do too. Is there anything in Dr. Lewis's report that can be backed up by all these other doctors? You know what I mean? If you can't back it up with, if you are the only one saying something and you've got other professionals and experts saying something, all agreeing and saying something totally different than what you are, there's a problem. Especially with what you are trying to say about somebody's mental health is going to be the center of a documentary that you're working on, a movie that you're working on, a book that you're working on. You have something to benefit by saying what you're saying. For years, this doctor has been trying to prove that she has the perfect formula to figure out if somebody has this DID. And if she is knocked down and she is disproven, she gets the way what you've seen during her testimony during this trial. She couldn't answer questions straightforward. She didn't have she was asked a yes or no question. She went on some stories from back in 1986 to distract, or she just plainly didn't know. She didn't interview anybody from the family that would have been able to give her very important information regarding Letecia. She didn't look at 90% of the reports. She didn't look at 90% of the investigation, the photos, stuff like. She didn't do any of that. She didn't do one test herself. None. Zero. Yeah. Fruit Fly says she has the perfect formula. And you know what she calls it? Magic. It's magic. Through all the interviews, through all the police interviews, all those calls that we had to sit through and listen to her screaming at Al, all the psychiatric evaluations she had done, all the police interviews, you never see her turn into one of these other personalities, ever. If Maria, as she claims, is the one who comes to protect her, Why didn't Maria come out when they were trying to take her phone, when they took her car, when they stopped her from leaving, when they arrested her, if Maria comes out to protect her? Because it's a bunch of garbage. Yeah, I think that doctor needs evaluation. I mean, it's plain to see. It's so plain to see. It's sickening, really. Yeah, and that was her diagnosis. It's magic. It's magic. I am the only one that could bring out this person out. I would have loved for somebody like she was some of the interviews that we've seen with Dr. Lewis and her talking at the jail in that little room. I would have loved for a guard to come in that spoke Russian and started speaking to Maria in Russian. I would have loved to see that. Yeah, no one met Maria. And she doesn't ever bring up DID until she's met with Dr. Lewis. And this just happens to be Dr. Lewis's, I don't know, made up specialty that she does enough that she left the hospital she worked at, opened her own clinic, has done documentaries and books and everything on DID. She coached her into what she should be doing so she could diagnose her DID. And another thing that I almost fell off my chair is when she said, like, when a doctor does an evaluation or interviews or whatever with somebody who's incarcerated, they do their report. That report goes to the court. The court then makes copies of it and sends it out to the defense and the prosecution. That didn't happen in this case either. She sent her report to Tellini. Tellini typed the report up. Lisa says Spanish too. Well, she had a Spanish name but was talking Russian, apparently. She didn't even talk any Russian. She talked with a Russian accent, and it was a very bad Russian accent. Maria, the Russian sniper, speaks Spanish and writes Latin. Yeah, pretty much, right? So it's going to be interesting, you guys. Like I said, just as we seen there, the judge did come back on screen here. For the morning update, the jury is deliberating. They wanted certain things. We're going to have to see what comes of that. I think there's certain things. I think there's somebody that's holding out, and I think they want the information and they want an index of it so they don't have to go through every piece of information to try and find what they're looking for. Shannon, where are you? Perfectly said. DID is real, but very rare, and the good doctor makes it like it's common, especially with violent criminals. Yes. She also says she says that DID is caused by head trauma. Well, there's nothing to show that Letecia even had a concussion at any point in time. There's nothing medical to back it up except for this stint that she apparently did here in Canada. Well, I'm telling you, I said it right from the beginning. She did not come to Canada. I'm telling you that right now. She would not have got treatment like that in Canada. They would have stabilized her if she had some psychotic break, and they would have shipped her back to the US. They would not have kept her here. And on top of that, she has no Canadian stamp as of coming across the border on her passport. All lies. So now you can prove that she's lying because she's saying that she went for treatment where there's no proof that she ever did. So if you actually went for treatment, there would be proof of it, and there's none. If you had a traumatic brain injury, there would be documentation of that. There's none. So anything that would back up Dr. Lewis's claim that she's suffering from DID from a previous head trauma, there's nothing to prove previous head trauma. Yeah, we don't want her here in Canada either. Janelle, we are asking that you don't, I don't care where it's from. Hun, I don't care where it's from. The rule applies across the board. Don't mention what you're hearing from anywhere else, period. I don't care if it's coming from God himself. How many pieces of evidence? Thousands. They've got every little blood drop, everything. Like, we seen some of it in the probable cause affidavit, but every little drop of BLO they found, the red stuff, every little drop from Gannon's room, the storage room, the boxes in the storage room, everything in Gannon's room, the walls, the carpet, the underpad, the floor, those are all individual. Each piece that they collected there, the mattress, the piece of carpet they cut out, the underpad they cut out, there's 3 pieces right there. The photo of the floor underneath his bed, the cement, there's another piece, there's 4. Every picture that they took of the wall, behind the light sockets, behind the plugs, everything, those are all individual. So there are thousands of pieces. Every little thing that they collected, every photo is an exhibit. So say you've got 5 pictures of his bedroom walls, those are 5 separate exhibits. Yeah, hence why they want, thank you, Shannon. Hence why they want the list. So if somebody is saying, well, no, they didn't really prove this because there was no red stuff there on the back of that car. It wasn't Gannon's red stuff on the back of the Tiguan. They can go down the list, Tiguan, and go right to that. Yes, it was. Here it is. Oh, okay. And I'm just saying hypothetically, you guys, if there's a juror that's holding out, if they say, okay, well, there was a board found up at Park Perry Road, but they didn't say that was Gannon's red stuff on it. Yes, they did. Let's go down the list. There's the board. Here's when it was found. And they tested it. There was red stuff on it. They tested it. And that was Gannon's red stuff. Oh, okay. So they're going to want to show whoever is maybe holding out. I don't want to say there is one holding out because we don't know that. It could be they just want to have all their ducks in a row. But this way they can go down the list and they can show if there is a juror holding out, they can start showing this juror, okay, you didn't know about this. Here's the evidence on that. And a lot of it wasn't even cross-examined by the defense. So even if this juror says, okay, well, what did the defense say about that? They said nothing. They said nothing. If it wasn't Gannon's red stuff, the defense would have got up and said something. They would have fought it. So, oh, Frida, thank you for your $5 super sticker. Frida says she lives in Colorado as I do, and we have one of the world's most best head trauma hospitals in the world. So why would she go to Canada? Exactly. Especially she's, in Colorado. She would have went to that hospital for head trauma. But there's no evidence that she ever did. DID is dissociative identity disorder, multiple personalities, and you don't know what you did because somebody else, one of your other personalities, did it. Dawn, that's what DID is. Ashley Kane says, whoever thinks she really has a mental health issue, sadly, they don't see how she's faking. Yeah. Oh, you're very welcome, chronic pain. If I know, I try and tell the answer. I'm not always right because laws are different. As much as they're different, they're the same. There's a lot of things here in Canada that are the same in the US, but there's also a lot of things in the US that aren't the same in Canada. So as much as they're the same, they're different. There's 50% the same and 50% different. So but I'm learning a lot about US law, that's for sure. And I was almost sure that this was a federal crime because she took Gannon's remains across state lines. Mama Shan Shan says, in Colorado or Utah, Nevada have incredible head trauma units. Yes. I'm telling you right now, if I suffered a serious head injury, I would want to go to this. I would want to go to the States because for stuff like that, the States is more advanced. They have better, I think they have better health care. Although our health care is, it depends on how much you make a year, whether you got to pay into the healthcare system or not. But most people, if you make under 30,000 a year, you don't got to pay in, or under 25,000 or something along them lines. I don't know. You don't got to pay in. I know in the US, if you want the best healthcare, you got to really pay for it. Here, we don't have that. You can have private healthcare here that you pay for, but mostly everything is paid. You pay a certain amount every year based on your income. And I'm going to tell you, somebody between 30 and 45,000 a year pays $1,300 a year for healthcare, and you're covered for surgeries, everything. Hospital visits, doctors, everything. You're covered. Now, there's stuff that isn't covered, like dental and stuff like that. But if you're a lower income, your dental is even covered. Still a lot cheaper than the States. I hear one visit to an ER could cost you thousands. Whereas us, in my bracket, I'll pay X amount of dollars a year and I can go to the hospital every day and I never have to pay another cent. So it's totally different. But I find the US is better. Okay, Brooke, what is going on here? Please do not tell the mods what to do. What is going on? Who are you telling to calm down? Oops. Okay, all I do is I see that okay, when I gotta stop and go through chat like this. Yeah, Carol, in Canada, you gotta wait forever too. Like I've been waiting on tests for months and months and months and months. Okay, Brooke says, look at how your mods are talking to people in chat. Okay, well, sorry, not sorry? Okay. Bye. Sorry, Brooke, but no. The mods were doing exactly what they were told to do. Thank you, Janelle. Janelle says, Brooke, Willow does an amazing job. I love how she keeps everything in check. I don't like rumors either. Thank you, Janelle. Brooke is now gone. You want to attack one of my mods and you want to, sorry, not sorry? Well, now you're gone. Sorry, not sorry. Sorry, Brooke. Not sorry. I don't put up with that in my chat. You guys should know this. Anybody who has been here all this time should know that. Anybody else wants to feed into that? You can go too. Okay. Bye, Nana. My mods are doing exactly what they were asked to do. If you want to come in here and start trying to disrupt the chat and start attacking my mods, you are going to be gone. As you can see, Janelle is still here, and Janelle is going to stay here. She apologized. She knows what we do here, and she understands. So for you who have jumped on the wagon, trying to do whatever you were trying to do in my chat, you are now gone. Thank you for Janelle for clearing that up and understanding. We appreciate you. Yeah. Thank you, Kiki. I'm not going to let anybody attack my mods. You don't like it? There's the door. Get out. Thank you, you guys. And yes, my mods are amazing. Oh, thank you, Chronic Pain. I don't let anybody attack even the subscribers in here. Don't attack other subscribers. Don't attack my mods. Don't attack me. Keep it respectful or you're gone. We don't put up with that here. And that's why everybody knows this is a safe place for them to come. Thank you, Bad Monkey. Exactly, Kiki. They haven't said one thing rude. They're doing what they are asked to do. Bichama, yes, thank you. Okay, so let's move on from the rude people. Okay, let's not be like that, though, Shy. Let's not stoop to their level. They're gone. Yes, I hope for Landon and Al and all the family, everybody who loves Gannon. Gannon has a huge family now across the world. And I hope for everybody's sake there is a verdict today. Aw, I love you guys too. Thank you, Mama Shan. Yeah, you're gonna get trolls. You take the good with the bad. You just get rid of them. Yes, Janelle, and that's why, my dear, we love you, and that's why you're still here. You didn't know. You didn't know you were doing something wrong. So don't worry about it, Janelle. That's why you're still here and they're gone. We love you, hon. Yep, all the drama llamas are getting the boot. No drama here. Go to one of the drama rama channels. Don't bring it here. This okay, Shy. This okay, my sister. This okay. Yes, the good always prevails. Yes. Sorry, Rhonda, because I got distracted too. When I got to stop chat and go and deal with something like that, the mods are very kind. They let you know why they had to remove your comment, remind you to mask your words. I know a lot of people are on edge right now, waiting for this verdict and everything, but that's no excuse to show disrespect to my mods and attacking my mod the way that person did. Not happening. You're not going to attack my subscribers. You're not going to attack people in chat. You're not going to attack me or my mods. You're gone. So thank you. I was distracted too. I don't know why the federal charges weren't. I don't know. I don't know, hon. I honestly do not know the answer to that. Oh, Jackie, don't jinx us, my dear. Don't jinx us. I'm nervous too, but I think that they are just trying to make sure what they heard was what they heard. Now I'm behind in chat again. Aw, big hugs, Janelle. I'm sorry it went that way. It was made a lot bigger than what it should have been by these trolls, so know that you're good here. Uh-oh, Shy. Fruit Fly says you need more snacks. Bichama left gummy bears over there. Oh, you guys. Alexandra, thank you. I have to say, Willow called me out on saying a rumor, and I appreciated it. It's a no bullshit chat. Oh, see? Even I make mistakes. Willow has to go to the corner now. No BS channel, and I appreciate it. I appreciate you guys too, Alexandra. And please know that it's nothing personal. I do it right across the channel. And that's why, because it isn't true. It's people, especially in high profile cases like this, my dear, People go around and they start rumors to get attention. So, not your fault. You know now. So, you're all good, my dear. Pinky wants me to do a poll. Okay, I'll do a poll. Give me a second, Pinky, to catch up and chat, and then I will do that poll for you. Oh, blue hearts for Gannon. Oh, Shy's going to get some more snacks for the corner. Trauma llama. Scottish Lass donated some more cookies and milk to the naughty seat. Yes, thank you, Des. Yeah, they want to be careful. So, aw, we love you too. Russian. Oh, thank you, Laura. What the heck is going on? Hang on a sec, you guys. A big, huge budget truck out front to deliver a tiny little package. Unreal. Anyway, I hope it doesn't come down to a hung jury either. Oh, thank you, Serenity. Snow, it's nothing personal. It's to keep the channel safe for everybody, on point. And I've already got one strike for showing that little clip that I showed. I don't need no more. So I don't put up with any of it here. And I want to keep it safe for all you guys too. So thank you very much, Serenity. I appreciate you. Yes, it takes a village, and we're Gannon's village. Us and millions of more. Positive Vibes wants to go to the naughty corner because she wants the cookies. SJ, yes, please do. Please do, because I know where your credentials are coming from. So if you do know, please explain to us. Okay, I'm just going to get right to the bottom here because I've missed so much in chat, you guys. I'm way behind. I'm like way behind. So I'm just going to get caught up here. You're very welcome, Norma. Very, very welcome. I think they will reach a verdict today, too. Yes, the verdict going to wake us right up. You guys, the reason why I'm telling SJ that they can say why no federal charges, I know things that you guys don't know. Okay, so know that I would not have said that if I couldn't be 100% certain what SJ is saying is true. We're just going to leave it at that. Okay. I get it now. She would have had to kidnap him and take him across state lines and unalive him. There's no federal nexus for unaliving him alone and taking him across state. Okay. Okay. That makes sense. It makes sense. Thank you for that, SJ. I appreciate you. She will go to the mental health facility where she will be kept until or if she is ever brought back to competency. And if they find her not guilty by reason of insanity, she can never be recharged for this again. Oh my gosh. You know what? I think if they come back with guilty, plain guilty, you are guilty, you are going to jail for the rest of your life. If they come back, I think she's going to flip out. Thank you, Sarah. I appreciate you. Yes, thank you, SJ. And I know for a fact that you would have been one of the best ones to answer that because of your knowledge in law. I'm going to leave it at that. Shannon, I love me a woman who can multitask. I usually got about 6 things on the go at once. Wicked Dreams is doing her Tinkerbelling. Yes, Scottish lass. Good morning, Crazy Graham. She hasn't even, I don't know if she's even been charged with that. They are getting through these huge charges that she is facing. Everything else is secondary right now. I think the only time that she would be charged with the assault on the officer and trying to escape, I think the only time those charges would be brought up is if she gets a not guilty by reason of insanity. And even then, I don't know if they will be because they're secondary to these major charges. Yeah, I wonder if Maria will come out when she finds she is guilty. Sammy says all her alts will appear speaking every language. Oh my gosh, you guys. That's what I thought, but apparently she would have had to kidnap him and bring him across state lines and unalive him across state lines for it to be a federal case. So she would have kidnapped him, taken him to Florida and did what she did to him in Florida. Then I guess it would have been federal. But because she unalived him in Colorado, the crime happened in Colorado, not across state lines. Now, additional things happen across state lines, but I think because the actual act happened in Colorado, that's where it stays. I don't know. Impact statements will happen before sentencing, and the judge will be sentencing her alone. The jury does not decide sentencing. The judge does. Nail that with chlorine. Absolutely. Oh, I love you, Mama Shan Shan. There's Marie Burks. Good morning, my love. I'm going to be cheering. I'm going to be cheering when she is found guilty, because that's when Gannon finally gets his justice. The biggest injustice that can be done right now is it come back not guilty by reason of insanity. That would be the biggest injustice in the showing of this case. The biggest injustice overall is Gannon's life even being taken. Aw, well, I'm glad that we can keep you occupied, Lorene. Yes, the judge did come on this morning. You can rewind and check that out if you want to see what was being said. The impact statements will be heard before sentencing. Oh, yeah, she's going to be shooting the birds. I think she's going to act right out. Maybe Maria will come out to protect her. Love to you too, Robin. Okay, so as Jay says, yes, and because they already had her on first degree, meaning most likely life, there would be no need to push for the federal charges. It wouldn't add anything additional to the sentence. Pajama. Y'all, I'm living my best basic girl life right now. I got a new cup for cold drinks this summer, just delivered. Yay! They will probably schedule it will be in a few weeks, the sentencing. Liz, I am in Ontario, Canada also. So welcome, my Canadian friend. The cake maker, she's going to be sentenced to work in an all-boys group home. Absolutely not. She will never be allowed around kids again. Anything with the word Scottish in it is automatically cool. Yes. Absolutely wicked dreams. Sybil's sentencing will be in probably a couple weeks. He's not going to do sentencing right away because he's going to want some kind of paperwork, and he's going to want the impact statements and everything. So it'll probably be in a couple of weeks. We're waiting for a verdict, Roma. The case is done. We're waiting on the jury to come back with a verdict. I think it'll be a few weeks, Sybil. I'm sure she will. I'm sure she's going to do a lot more than that, Daniel. Daniel Kelly says, well, Letecia gives the finger to the jurors. I think she's going to do a lot more than that. I can't wait either. He's going to say what he feels. Yes, prison. It's going to be prison. If it's not, I am going to probably stroke out. Yeah, she surely is going to show her true colors. Yes. Nope. Nobody was at court for her. Her brother was in court. Her daughter was in court. And they both testified against her for the prosecution. And they never stayed in court. They went home. Or they went somewhere. They didn't. I know they weren't in the courtroom. I have no doubt. They sure seem to have a nice, cozy relationship. One of our cases here, Carla Homolka, her and her husband took the lives of 2 teenagers in Burlington, Ontario, which is just, it's part of Hamilton. I was born in Burlington, but raised in Hamilton. I was living in Hamilton when I was born in a Burlington hospital. It's like 2 minutes across a lift bridge to get from Hamilton to Burlington. I was living on my mother was living on the beach strip at the time. Half of the beach strip is Hamilton, half the beach strip is Burlington, and Burlington was the closest hospital. So I was born in Burlington, but lived in Hamilton, and so did my mother. But anyway, 2 girls from Burlington were kidnapped and SA'd, and then their lives were taken. That was all videotaped. They even unalived Carla Homolka's sister to SA her, and she died. Carla Homolka, her lawyer in court, had a brother, and Carla Homolka ended up marrying her lawyer's brother. Imagine that. And has 3 kids. Imagine that. She spent 12 years in prison. You're very welcome, Sybil. And no song. I'm going to remove that. Another rumor. I did not see, and I have not heard anything verified that she shared a cup with her lawyer. Aw, Rose Tom, hi from Texas. I planted flowers, all blue for Gannon. Aw. I'm going to be doing the same here, you guys. When me and Mama go and get our flowers, I'm going to get a bunch of blue ones for Gannon. Nana says if a juror holds out, I want their bank account checked. I think a lot of people are going to be freaked out if it comes back not guilty, reason of insanity. Hey, Mom Osser. Kelly UK. Hello, hello. Yeah, I think she's going to freak out if they come back just plain guilty. She'll send the judge weekly letters, Katerina. Where her rights were violated. Right? Like, who does that? If she's found not guilty by reason of insanity, she goes to the mental hospital where she could be found fit again and be out on the street. They can never try her again on these charges. So not guilty is not guilty by reason of insanity. So it would be a not guilty. It would be not guilty to all the charges because they're going to, if they come back with not guilty by reason of insanity, that's a not guilty for all charges. Yeah, Ken and Barbie, Wicked Dreams, Carla Homolka, yep. Paul Bernardo and Carla Homolka. And one of the girls' bodies was found on a guy that I was dating's property. Yep. Christian French was found on his property. And the worst part about it, when that was all going on, we were living in Burlington at the time, actually. And the guy that I was dating at the time, I used to date him when I was younger. And when I had moved back to Hamilton, Burlington area for some time before coming back here to Ottawa area, we lived up at Guelph Line at number 5 Highway in Burlington. And the property that he owned there is where they found Kristen French's body remains. And he drove, and I drove his car too, a Camaro, a white Camaro. And in pink on the back, I had Wild Thing in pink. And our car was pulled in to be searched and everything because what had been put out by witnesses that thought they seen a white Camaro pick up Kristen French. So any white Camaro was being pulled in. It turns out that it wasn't a white Camaro that Carla Homolka and Paul Bernardo had. It was a Nissan they had. But we had a sticker that we had on the windshield of our car because we were constantly being pulled over. It got to the point where we didn't even drive the Camaro anymore. We just drove my car. I had a Jeep. And it was harder on gas than the Camaro. So we would just drive the Jeep because we were just tired of being pulled over. And then when they finally did arrest Carla Homolka and Paul Bernardo, it was like an off-white Nissan that they had, not a Camaro at all. But we ended up selling that car because it was just bad memories. Yeah. If they find her guilty by not guilty by reason of insanity, she can turn around in whatever and say, "Ah, I faked it all. Ha ha." There's nothing they can do. Nothing. Oh, Liz Embry says, "At Willow and mods and fellow subscribers, thanks for acknowledging me by name." You're welcome, Liz. Bad Monkey says, "I was born in a crossfire hurricane." Yeah, Mama Shan Shan, it was horrible. And then to find out that they found her remains on our property. Well, not my property, but his property, the guy that I was dating. And she was just dumped. Like, I'm so glad to be away from there. From having somebody that we used to have in our house frequently be arrested for taking the life of 3 teenagers. And then he ended up hanging himself in jail before even his first appearance in court, to bodies being found on my boyfriend's Friday. It's been like wild. I will give my mama a hug for you, Bad Monkey. I haven't been able to see her this morning. She got up late. By the time she got up, I was already just about to start live. Velvet Hellcat, hello. Kelly B, hello. And welcome. We are on Verdict Watch. Yeah, it is. It's like, and working in the legal field, it's like the things that I have seen and heard and had to deal with and had to help defend, and oh, I'm glad to just be away from it all, put it that way. So yeah, some of this is triggering for me, but it is what it is. Oh my gosh, I was muted. Thank you. I think back through some of the cases that I've been involved in, working with defense attorneys, and there were a couple that will always be in my mind that I really thought that I gotten through to them, that I could help them. And it's just not happened that way. And it does, it stays with you. Could I have done more? Should I have done more? Is there something else is there something I missed? Is there something else I could have done? And they're no longer here. You can't help them anymore because now they're gone. So it's like, and there's a lot of sad stories. I know a lot of the bigger cities, the opioid crisis and fentanyl crisis has gotten so bad. Here in Ontario, Canada, smoking weed is legal. But what's happening is there are crazy people out there that are lacing it with fentanyl. So you're buying a bit of weed thinking that you're just going to have a smoke of weed, and you end up not living no more. It is so scary. And there's a lot of people that were in on drug charges and stuff like this before it became legal here in Ontario, that I really tried to help. I even paid for somebody to go to rehab out of my own pocket because this girl was so young. She was 19, had her whole life ahead of her, beautiful girl. And to see what the drugs were doing to her. And I paid out of my own pocket for her to go to rehab. And she got out and she was doing so good for so long, and she slipped up, and something that she took was laced, and she's no longer here. So it's things like that will stay with me the rest of my life. Yeah, and there's new stuff coming out all the time, and it's for somebody who never got into drugs or anything, I don't know how hard it is. I've seen others who are trying to get off it, but personally, I can't say I know how hard it is because I don't, because I never did drugs a day in my life. But I have seen people struggle, and that struggle is real. I've literally been in a position where I had to hold this girl down, get on top of her, and literally put her in a hold and hold her down as she was, as they called, jonesing out for drugs. And the rehab wouldn't even take her until she could get somewhat stabilized. And it was horrible, horrible, horrible. It doesn't matter where you live, if you live in a city or the country, they all come from a major manufacturer, a major group of people that distributed across the country. And you never know where it's laced. Is it from the top and it just is distributed out? Is it certain individuals? I don't know. But I know it's happening. Yep, it's crazy. So you get stuff like that just never ever leaves you. Yeah, it's not pretty. It is not pretty at all. I've seen babies die addicted to cocaine. Babies die. Babies born addicted to cocaine, and what they got to do to ease that baby off of it. It's horrible. No news yet, Ada Genie. The jury did have a couple questions. You can rewind and check that out. The judge did come on and address those. But other than that, we still have nothing yet. Yeah, and they don't discriminate. Look at Elvis Presley, Michael Jackson, many, many, many. Kurt Cobain, to name just a few. Yeah, it is, Mama Shan Shan. It is. It's hard. It's heartbreaking. Oh, Ada Genie, you're welcome, my dear. Yeah, Whitney Houston. Growing up in the 60s was so different. Yeah, I was born in 63, so December of 63, almost a 64 baby, but right at the end of 63, December 4th. Okay, let me go over here and see. Oh my gosh. I don't know if I'm going to be able to read this. Okay. I've got some stuff here, you guys, if you want to hear it. I got to blow this up so I can see it a bit better. It's not helping. Okay, so here are the jury questions that were asked, and this is from the court reporter. So the court asked, Dr. Lewis, earlier in your testimony, you recalled that the defendant was giving Gannon enemas. What, if any, significance does that have in the relationship between the defendant and Gannon? And how does that relate to her own experience growing up? Ugh. Here is her response. Assuming, Your Honor, that this is true, because these were dated, gleaning from my interviews with her, it's first of all sodomy of different sorts and enemas, repeated enemas, unnecessary and unpleasant and humiliating. They are very, very common. And to see, too, the kinds of SUL, early ongoing SA, that are experienced by individuals who have eventually do develop dissociative disorders. Very often it is thought, this is her own words, like she's all over the place. She can't even put a sentence together. It is thought that they begin because at the time that this is happening to the child, that this is so unpleasant, so painful, and so humiliating that it is as though it is not happening to me. And in a way, the child spaces out, and it's again as if it's not occurring. So that is common. That did not make any sense. She says, and if indeed it happened to Letecia, it is extremely common for a patient who has been abused in a particular way to repeat that kind of behavior as an adult in the way in which that person treats other individuals, often small children. Wow. Yeah, that was Lewis's answer. It didn't make any sense. I couldn't make heads nor hair of that. The court, all right, you said that the number of diagnosed DID cases increased after you opened the DID clinic at Bellevue. Did the number of diagnosed DID cases at Bellevue also drop when the clinic was closed? The witness, Your Honor, I don't know that. It's been studied, but I put money on the answer being yes. The court, okay, the next question is, if yes, why would the number of cases at this specific mental illness be dependent on the existence of a clinic? The witness, Your Honor, it is not that the diagnosis is dependent, but the phenomenon changes in frequency. It's that the recognition of the phenomenon diminishes. Oh, it diminishes because you don't have a clinic on it anymore? So now all of a sudden DID just goes away because you don't have a clinic on it? Wow. So the next, what is your specific training on how to determine if a patient is feigning or malingering? From having read about it and studied it at fair length, it's my understanding that there is no good definition, distinction, recognition of malingering as opposed to other kinds of disturbances, and that it is commonly used in courts. It is extremely, you will find that diagnosis is made far more frequently in forensic cases than in other cases. However, to date, it is not a well-defined phenomenon. And it's not, at least you have to be a bit skeptical when a person is certain that a patient or someone is malingering, particularly if there is a penalty involved with whatever the issue is. And then it is common for the person to be accused of malingering. but is not well defined, and there are no really firm, excellent tests for this. It's not a well-defined phenomenon. Wow. Okay, so the DA then asks, or the judge then asks, this next question you may have answered, but I'm going to ask it. Did you do anything or perform any tests with the defendant to determine if framing or malingering was present? She said yes. The court. You also said dissociative individuals are very suggestible. Why then did you feel free to talk about the defendant's interview behavior and what that behavior might indicate with the defendant listening in? In other words, she was giving Letecia ways that she should be acting if she was dissociative. So they're asking, why did you do that in front of the defendant? Because the defendant takes things and they're suggestive to her. She says, because first of all, you do need to open a door to permit data to come forward. For example, there used to be the thinking that, oh, you must not ask if the patient, whether he or she is suicidal, because you are going to give him those ideas. This is now recognized as foolishness because if you don't ask, you don't find out. Well, if somebody's dissociative, you would find out without even asking. So that is an art in part. And if you know a kind of clinical experience to be able to inquire about symptoms, signs, what have you, without suggesting them. But you did suggest them. However, what we try, oh my gosh, to do is never just go by what someone says. But that's exactly what she did. She said she based her report on what Letecia told her and what Tellini told her. So she's contradicting herself right here. In order for us to feel sure that we are dealing with a dissociative phenomenon, we must have data that antedates any contact that we have had with her, the patient. But you didn't. She didn't. So no matter what we may have said or done or suggested, whatever data we rely on to make the diagnosis precedes our ever having set eyes on this person. And that's why we look at things like styles of drawing. Wow. Because she didn't look at anything before sitting down with her. So, I mean, okay, so the court, did you have additional evidence that corroborated your decision through time, such as through relatives, friends, etc.? The witness. Because I was not permitted and able to interview those people myself, I prefer to do that and to do that at length. Again, I have to at least question some of the responses that I got. However, there were individuals who reported to other people, hearsay, changes in behavior, differences in attitudes, difference in behaviors that seemed reasonable. But if I haven't seen it myself, and if it has not been well documented, and it can be. For example, I've seen a case in which an individual lived a life as whatever. She's talking about other cases. That has nothing to do with this case. However, you really could document it by a separate family and a separate set of experiences that I think would have been good enough data so that even if I had not recognized it or interviewed myself, the data was good. But in this case, we have had to rely on what other people have said. She didn't even read what other people said. And I think very interesting was the finding that she had called herself Marie at a very young age. No, that was never said. But again, she says, I would have preferred to have better data. So those were the questions. So the jurors right now have asked for the list of exhibits admitted as evidence in the trial to which the counsel said they will be able to get to them. The jurors also asked for a preliminary report and a final report from Dr. Lewis, to which counsel and jurors, to which the counsel said jurors will not be able to get. The counsel said they will not be able to give that report because the expert reports are not introduced as evidence. So that's where things are standing right now. People are traveling from New York and Rhode Island and everything to be outside the courtroom. Wow. People are coming from all over the US and they're outside the El Paso County Courthouse and they're putting up signs. I can't show you this, you guys, because I will get zapped again. Justice for Gannon. There's tons of justice for Gannon. Possessed, not insane. Justice for Gannon all over. They've got Sonic Hedgehog posters. Justice for Gannon guilty. They got a Sonic Hedgehog blanket quilt. Oh, that they're going to be giving to Landon. It's a quilt. Oh. Oh, they got towels and everything out there with Sonic on it, and it's all going to be given to Landon. Wow. Oh, yes. I'm sorry. Okay. Uh, I'm going to do a couple of them. Okay, here's the first one, you guys. Get your votes in. It'll be up for like 5 minutes. So we got 244 people in here to vote. And then we will put another poll up after this one. Please mask your words, guys. Okay, thank you, SJ. Where's my mods in here? Okay, you're gonna have to give me a few minutes, you guys. I gotta go through this chat because it doesn't look like I got mods in here right now. And I've got to remove some of these because you got to mask your words, you guys. I just removed a whole bunch, Des. with the K word and M word. Okay, I got mods here. That's okay, Cyoban. I removed it. Carol says it's really a shame that we aren't the ones on the jury. We'd be done in home eating lunch by now. Absolutely. Okay, so let's see what our poll is showing here, you guys. 97% say guilty and 3% are saying not guilty by reason of insanity. So even in the chat, you guys, there's 3 that think they're going to come back with not guilty by reason of insanity. If there's one person on that jury that thinks the same, they could come back with not guilty by reason of insanity. Okay, so let's end this one and we will put up another one. Okay, so here's the next one. Okay, so here's the next poll that is up, you guys. Yes, if they don't all agree, it'll be a hung jury. They have to be unanimous. It's either all say she's guilty or all of them have to say not guilty by reason of insanity. Anything else will be a hung jury. Wicked Dreams was in corner munching on cookies. Wicked Dreams ate all the cookies. I've put myself on the naughty step. Oh, Cyoban, you might as well go right on in. Don't just sit on the step. Go on in. There's munchies in there and everything. There's a pillow and a blankie. There's munchies. There's cookies and milk. Don't just stay on the step. You won't get all the munchies. Get some before Wicked Dreams gets them all. The judge could say, look, I want you guys to go back in. I want you to try again. Let us know if there's anything else that you need clarification on. Go back in and try again. He could, or he could just accept it. I think he would send them back to try again. Could the defense use that? Look at, they came back hung. We had somebody who didn't believe she did it. You sent them back to put pressure on them to come to a verdict. So it's a touchy situation. It's a touchy spot to be in. Hung jury means trying it again. Shai said she went to the store. She has plenty. Moshi and Shane wants to know if you're on top. What's the treat menu? Mama Oster says my hubs just got some chocolate chip cookies yesterday. If he comes home and there are none left, I'm blaming this trial. Look at Dreams have got plenty of cookies. A lot of people are saying that the Google search that she did, I hate my stepson, is what solidified their thoughts. Oops. Lauren. Thank you so much for your PayPal donation. I appreciate you. Okay. Okay, I got to mute for a minute, you guys, so I can watch this clip. So just give me a second here. Okay, Nana. I will see you when you get back. No, I did not do a read over the weekend, you guys. I did the live mini reads on Sunday. Thank you, Lauren. And thank you again for your PayPal donation. I appreciate you. Yeah, hung jury would be better than not guilty by reason of insanity, because if they come back with not guilty by reason of insanity, they can never try her again. But I don't think they would have 12 people believing that she was insane. Yeah, it doesn't take that time to fill out the paperwork, you guys. The sheets are all printed out. All they got to do is check a box. And sign the bottom. The foreperson has to sign the bottom. They each sign their own. They just check guilty or not guilty by reason of insanity for each charge. And they sign the bottom. There could be an extra check mark that they would have to put somewhere if they got not guilty by reason of insanity. But it doesn't take a long time. And they have to come back with a unanimous decision on each charge. How rude of them not to keep us updated better. I agree. But nobody knows what's going on in the jury room. Nobody's allowed in there. The only time a deputy goes in there is if they want to pass a note for questions or if they've got a verdict. Or to drop them off food for lunch. It's going on 10 a.m. there. Okay, Piedad, we will see you when you get back. Let me just get the exact charges. Okay, so these are the charges she is facing. M in the first degree. Child A resulting in death. Tampering with a deceased human body and tampering with physical evidence for the death of Gannon Stauch. So there's 4 charges. That's not part of this, Jackie. That energy drink has nothing to do with this case here. This is all regarding Gannon. It was brought up that she attacked the officer just to show her demeanor and stuff, but it's not part of the charges for this. This is just to do with the death of Gannon. You're welcome, Denise. SJ says, I would love to know what everyone's verdict watch setup is. Mine is water, nail clippers, nail file, cuticle clippers, and peanut butter M&Ms. Lauren says, I hope they don't do a movie of this crime. It's already in the making. It's almost 11 o'clock in Colorado. Scottish Lass says, laptop, hair accessories, smokes, munchies, and coffee. It didn't say that, Ashley. I know here in Canada, it would have been an additional charge for being a person in position of trust. But I didn't see any charge for that. Des, I don't know if those other charges are ever going to come up. If she is found not guilty by reason of insanity, they may, just so they have something to hold her in jail for. If she ever gets out of the mental hospital, she would have to serve that time. But I don't know. If they come back guilty, she'll never face those charges because she's going to have life in prison anyway. It's not going to add anything to her sentence. Sybil has craft supplies in her MacBook watching. Charissa said on Friday she ate all the macadamia nuts and white chocolate chips waiting for the jury. Well, it's almost 1 o'clock Eastern, so it's almost 11 o'clock in Colorado. Wicked Dream says her Verta watch kit is Oreos, tea, Ferrero Rocher, laptop, Haiti, and cigarettes. Vicky has mixed pork, grilled corn, and fries. Yes, we will know when the 30-minute heads up is given because I will get it right here. Welcome back, Nana. Good to see you back. Okay, Jamad's got this for a minute so I can go and make a tea. I don't know what mods I got in here. I think Des is in here. Nana, you're back. Is it safe to go? Marie's there. Okay, is it safe for me to leave chat for a minute? Not leave chat. Chat will still be up, but is it safe you guys got this while I go and make a cup of tea? Okay, thank you guys. I will be right back. Okay, I got all you guys in here. Okay, thank you. I'll be right back. Let me just mute myself while I'm making my tea. In case I drop something, I don't want you guys to hear me cursing. It's been known to happen. On my way back to my office, coming out of the kitchen, the living room carpet, bang, drop my coffee or tea. Oh, okay. I'll be back in a minute, you guys. Thank you again, Lori. I'm back. I got my munchies. I got some raspberries. I got some green grapes. I got some kiwi. I'm all set. And my tea. I'm all set. Let me check. Stay-at-home mom detective. No, it didn't go through stay-at-home mom detective. If you tried to send a super sticker, if you didn't push purchase at the bottom, then it will not come through. But I'm looking at the activity, and there's one from Frisia from this morning at 11:22, and there's one from Lori Nichols at 1 p.m. So if you did try to send one stay-at-home mom detective, you didn't click the final button at the bottom to purchase. Wicked Dream says, I need to get fruit. I went yesterday and stocked up on a whole bunch. Well, actually on Saturday. I took my mom out shopping and got a whole bunch of fruit and veggies and healthy stuff to munch on. Yeah, it didn't go through stay-at-home mom detective. I don't know how it works on Google Play or Google Pay, Apple Pay. But I know if you click the $ at the bottom, you got to scroll after you put everything in that you need to put in. Then you got to click purchase. If you don't click the purchase and click out of it, then it doesn't go through. Everybody's saying guilty on all counts. Sorry, you guys. I had an email come through there. Oh, I love my fruit. That's for sure. But it has to be cold. Oh, and I got pears too. Pears, green apples. But my green apples, I cut them and I put salt on them. I cut the slices, I put them on a plate, and I put salt on them. Anybody tried that? The Granny Smith green apples? Cut them in slices, put them on a plate, and put some salt on them. Sounds crazy, I know, but it is good. Ah, Nana says yummy. Sybil says no. Chanel says I do the same. K Mitch too. Yes, very good. Apples with a slice of cheddar cheese. No, I can't say I ever have tried that. Marie says, okay, making my mouth water. Yeah, with the green apples. Any apples, really. Apples and chips. Watermelon and salt. That's how I grew up eating them, yeah. Salt on cantaloupe. Apples and peanut butter. And smoking butterflies is nasty. The salt makes the apples better. Teresa, no. Teresa Guthrie. Will the judge sentence her today? No. Sentencing will be probably in a couple weeks. Well, Monster says apples and peanut butter, carrots and peanut butter, red grapes and mozzarella. Okay, SJ is going to do a drive-by by the courthouse, and she's going to send me a video of it. So I'll be able to show you the video. Pepper on cantaloupe. Ooh. Apples dipped in hot fudge. Yeah, I've had that. That's good. Aw, Nana's husband made her macaroons for today. Yummy. Marie Burke says celery and peanut butter. I know people that do that. I do celery with cheese whiz. Celery with cream cheese and raisins. Peanut butter and onion sandwich. Oh. Neil says watermelon and salt's good, but that green apple and salt is the best. Yeah. Okay, SJ is going to get us a video. She's going to email it to me, so I'll be able to show it to you. Thank you, SJ. Oh, unspoken butterfly. Banana and peanut butter sandwich. Yep. Now that's what I think I'm going to have for lunch. Banana and peanut butter sandwich. Peanut butter and dill pickles. Ah! Yeah, peanut butter and bananas, yes, but peanut butter and dill pickles, oh, I don't know about that. I love dill pickles, but not on with peanut butter. Shannon's copper. Shannon, I'm gonna try that. Kate Bell's gonna try it. You let us know how that works out, Kate Bell. Fruit Fly says, no, stay away from peanut butter sandwiches. Cabbage leaves and peanut butter. Mashed potato and pickle sandwich. Me, it's buffalo sauce on anything. On eggs, anything. You can put that buffalo sauce. It's like a hot sauce, buffalo wing sauce on anything. Gail says, I know people who eat ice cream and potato chips together. Peanut butter, mayo, and dill pickles. Ugh. K-Mitch says, y'all making stuff up now. Yeah. That sounds good, CC. I just had sausage and cheese breakfast sandwich with a chai tea. Peanut butter and mayo? No. Yeah. Okay. Marie says mayo and french fries. If you mix some hot sauce, the buffalo wing sauce, in with the mayo and then dip your fries in it, oh my God, it's good. Yeah, I remember that Frank's Red Hot Sauce commercial. Yeah, I know people that put pickles in potato salad. Peanut butter and jam sandwiches with Fritos. Vanilla ice cream and pretzels. Yeah, Sarah says you all are grossing me out. Peanut butter and fluff. Yeah, the fluff is like a marshmallow. Yeah, ranch salad dressing and fries is good too. Mayonnaise and macaroni and cheese. That sounds good. Leslie says, I'll stick with my onion on a sandwich. Pickle on a sandwich is just wrong. Yeah, sweet pickle juice in mayo and egg. Cook on stove as a sauce for potato salad. Nutella with banana. Yeah, that's a good too. Oh, Marie can't have anything hot sauce. She has a hernia. Fries and ranch is good. Yeah. There's so much garbage going around right now, you guys. People are spreading so much misinformation. Oh, the jury's come to a decision on everything but one. No one would know that. No one. Because the jury is not allowed to talk to anybody. And there's people all over different places spreading false information. It's unreal. So there's this one lady that's saying that she overheard DA Allen saying that they're hung up on one charge, that they've come to a decision on all of the other ones but one. Do I believe that? No, I think she's looking for attention. Sorry, you guys, I had to refresh. Yeah, no one is going to know. Not even the DA. This woman is saying that she overheard the DA Allen talking and saying that they're hung up on one charge. Like, the DA is not going to know anything until that bailiff brings it to the judge, not the DA, not the defendants, the judge. So for this lady to say that she, overheard DA Allen saying that, I don't believe it for 1 minute. And that's what I mean. There's so many people out there spreading misinformation and everything just to get their 1 minute of fame. I wish I could be a fly on the wall in there. No, the DA wouldn't know anything, you guys. Like I said, this is just somebody who wants her 1 minute of fame. Oh, some of the things that are being said, you guys, is just like unreal. Some of the things I'm reading, like I said, I'm watching 4 or 5 different places here, and for what people are saying. And people are saying they're hearing this, they're hearing that. You're not going to hear nothing. The first person that's going to know once the jury has done anything is going to be the judge. The judge, you will see the judge come back up on screen, because then he will make a phone call to the prosecution and the defense to get their butts in the courtroom. They will come in the courtroom, and that's when the judge will announce to them that they have a verdict. It's going to take about 30 minutes to get everybody in that courtroom once that happens. So these people that are saying, oh, I overheard this and I overheard that and I overheard this, they're full of crap. The judge is back in his chambers, and that note comes right from the jury to the judge. The judge then calls the prosecution and defense back to the courtroom, and that's where he announces that they've come to a verdict, and that it'll be about 30 minutes, so it gives time to get everybody into the courtroom. Oh, what I'm seeing here is like, this is crazy. I'm hearing they're booting jurors and all kinds of stuff. It's like, what I'm reading is just crazy. What was that one? Somebody saying that there's a guy on the jury that's in love with Letecia. It's like, oh my God, the stuff that is coming out. And this is what I mean, you guys. That's why I say, don't put in my chat anything you've heard anywhere else, because it's people trying to get their 1 minute of fame, coming out with stupid stuff like that. And it's like, wow. The judge can, pilot life, the judge can do whatever he wants. But the judge would usually be sitting in his chambers, probably watching TV, whatever he's doing in there. It's a private, that's his chambers. Whatever he does in there, he does in there while he's waiting for the deputy to bring him pieces of paper. As we seen this morning, he was given questions that the jury had. He calls, what you've seen this morning is exactly what's going to happen when he gets the paper that says there's a verdict. And what will happen then is the judge just gets notice that the jury has reached a verdict. And they get everybody in the courtroom. They bring in the jury. The jury then hands all their verdict papers, hands it to the bailiff. The bailiff hands it to the judge. So the judge doesn't even know at that point what the verdict is. He doesn't know until the jury comes back into the courtroom and hands them the papers. You'll see it all happen right here. We'll see it all live. So for anybody to say they overheard DA Allen saying this, saying that, they're booting a juror because he's in love with Letecia. They're just hung up on one of the charges. It's all bull. So Ben says he's probably having a nap using Lewis's testimony. That's funny. Last night I woke up seems every hour and a half I woke up. Oh yeah, let me see over here. And I could guarantee you I would have got a notification, because if that crap was going on, the judge would have called everybody back into the courtroom. So, and I've got it up here and there's been nothing. Some people outside of the courtroom are also handing out stickers that say, and blue ribbons. The blue ribbons say hope, and the stickers say Gannon Strong, with a picture, like an outline of Gannon wearing a cape with angel wings. Really nice. Faye says, I heard Elvis just come in and announce he was one of Leticia's personalities. Exactly. It's like crazy, crazy stuff they're coming out with. Daniel Kelly says, Letecia will find love in prison. Well, you know what? I'm going to tell you something. Every person who's done stuff like this always ends up getting fans sending them letters. Crazy people that want to hook up with her, want to marry her, all kinds of stuff. And I'm sure, Daniel, that is going to happen in this case too. Look at, I watched that Billy Milligan. It took me all weekend to watch it, but I watched it. And to me, it was a waste of my time now. But anyway, there was this woman that ended up marrying him while he was in prison. And then she divorced him 51 days later. So not even 2 months later. I understand him. I get him. I get where he's coming from. The different personalities are not a problem for me. But 51 days later, she divorced him. Shelley says the ones making this stuff up need Dr. Lewis for DID, really. Yeah, it is. It's sick that they get fans. Mamasa, I wonder which personality they will say they're in love with. Yeah, even Alex Murdaugh. It's like there's women that are just throwing themselves at him. You guys, he's broke now. He's got no more money. Stop it. Oh, men too. Men have followers too. There's Daniel Kelly just said one. Brian Kohlberger has tons of women sending him love letters, how they love him, want to marry him. Same with Ted Bundy and everything, all of them. There's crazy people out there, you guys. Crazy. And somewhere else, you guys, I'm watching comments, and there's somebody that's just getting really fed up with these people putting all this crazy crap up. Oh, the verdict's in, and they're just not going to tell us until tomorrow, and all this stuff. And guy says, for Pete's sake, you guys are more crazy than she is. Just shut up. Oh. Some people are just a couple spoons short of a silverware drawer. No verdict yet. I heard that Wicked Dreams wants to be an earworm in the jury's ear to whisper guilty. Kirsten is in court, yeah. Kirsten, are you in chat? I know she had said at one time that she would have her chat going on silent. Anyone writing to Letecia gets 3 pen pals in one. Letecia, Maria, and Jasmine. Don't forget the ninjas. And Taylor. Pichama, it's okay, hon. Denise, I'm a smoker, but no, I think I've had maybe 3 cigarettes since this started. The real angel. I said Taylor. Taylor. Real angel girl. Well, what's happening with the Barry Morphew thing is he's now filed a $13 million lawsuit, and that's where everything's going to come out because he's going to be deposed. Oh no, I got a weather alert. Hang on, you guys. A frost advisory. Our temperatures are going to be dropping to freezing mark overnight. We got a frost advisory. Okay, hang on a sec. You guys, I got to go and tell my mother so she can bring in her plants. Hang on. Just give me 2 seconds, guys. I'll be right back. Okay, sorry about that, you guys. Okay, sorry about that, you guys. To go over, run down in my basement, grab some stuff, run next door to my mom's house, bring her some things to cover her plants that I told her not to plant them yet, but she did. And of course, we got a frost warning tonight, which is going to kill all her plants. And she says, well, you never listen. You never listen. I told her, don't plant your plants till the end of May. Anyway. Oh yeah, that's why I'm not outside. The pollen here, it's like everything is covered in a yellow dust. My mom is laying out in her chair out in the backyard because the sun's out. It's like 18 degrees outside. Now, if it was 18 degrees this winter, she would be having sweaters and everything on. But there she is. She's out there in the sun. I can't be out there. I got allergies and I would be just, my eyes would be swollen shut. Well, Kirsten is in Texas today. Aw, Marie. Take him to grandma's. Take him to grandma's instead of daycare. Fruit fly says only 5 degrees and raining. Right now it's 18 outside, but we're going down to -2 tonight. Mama, sir, I love you. Okay, Marie. Yeah, especially where I live, Leslie, we've had snow in May. We had 3 feet of snow one May. The absolute worst thing that could happen is they come back with not guilty by reason of insanity. Absolute worst that could happen. Second worst is a hung jury. Hung jury means that they got to retry the case all over again. If the prosecution decides to do that, which I believe they will. She would have to be retried all over again with a different jury. Yeah, we had snow here too just a couple weeks ago. So a few years ago, Alberta had snow in June, ruined all the farmers' crops. Yep. So the only outcome that we can hope for is the guilty. I'm back. Sad to say, not much happening at the courthouse. I'll email video to Willow. Just a few random people and news crews. I think it's going to go haywire there when they get the 30-minute warning. Alexandra Capel Simone, yes. If it's a hung jury, they need to retry the whole case all over again. They got to go through the jury selection process again to get a new jury, and they got to go through every bit of evidence and everything all over again. I don't know what would happen there, but you can almost guarantee they're going to retry the case. So she would be held in custody. But if they chose not to retry the case, then I guess she's set free. I don't know. I don't know what would happen in a case like that. I mean, there's nothing really the judge can do if it's a hung jury. He can't demand that they come to a verdict. If it's a hung jury, it's a hung jury. You can't force people and threaten them or anything to change what they think. That's what you have juries for. Oh, I'm telling you guys right now, if it's a hung jury and they retry it, I am not covering the whole thing again. I'll cover the verdict watch. That's about it. I'm not going through all that again. Yeah, crazy things have happened with snow. No, they can't use the alternates. The alternates are only there if a juror has to be excused. They can't just throw in the alternates to replace the ones that went against the crowd. You know what I mean? Exactly. Butterfly Dana. He can ask that they go back and try again, but if they come back and say that they're still hung, he can't force them to change their verdict. Okay, you emailed me the verdict? Okay, you emailed me the verdict. Okay, let me see if I can play it first. Okay, hang on. Okay, I got it up. Hang on a sec, you guys. I'll put it full screen here. Okay, I'll stop sharing that one. Here you go, you guys. So this is SJ, went by the courthouse for us. Let me make it big. Okay, so here is what it looks like right now in front of the courthouse. So really not, this is the courthouse right here, you guys. So there it is there. You can see a couple, these look all like photographers or news that are set up right here. Looks like some more over here, but this is in front of the courthouse. This is one of the news ladies This is in front of the courthouse. So here we go again. Not many people out there at all. So that was it, you guys. Thank you, SJ, for that. Oops, what did I just do? Oh, no. Okay, hang on, you guys. I got to get back to the court thing. I just closed it by accident. I don't know where they were, you guys, with okay, so let me just get this back up on screen. What is going on here? Why do I have two of them open? I don't get it. Hang on. Okay, wait. What did I do? Okay, I gotta close all this out. Hang on a sec, you guys. Oh, no. Hang on a sec, you guys. Okay, there we go. Let me just make sure. Okay. I don't know why I had two of them open. I thought I'd accidentally closed one, but I didn't. Okay, SG, thank you. Where did I see that they were handing out? Oh, they were in front of the courthouse because these pictures are showing me. They're blue signs. Let me see the next one. Okay. I don't know how I can show that. But yeah, there were people out there holding blue signs and everything with justice for Gannon. Right out in front because this is in front of the courthouse. I just can't show it to you guys because I'll get a strike again. There's one. And there's a Sonic blanket. Okay, what I can do, hang on. Okay, let me take a picture of this. This is the only way I can show you guys without getting in trouble. This is the quilt that I told you is out there. Okay, hang on. Let me get pictures of the other stuff. This is another one of them standing out there. Oh, this is in front of somebody's house. One of these signs. Okay. Okay, so let me just show you guys this. Okay, let me just move all my junk out of the way here so you don't see all my raspberries and whatnot. Oops. This is the only way I can show you without getting in trouble. Hang on. Okay. So this is the quilt that's out they had there. This is them standing in front of it because that's the courthouse right there. That's the courthouse, and they have these blue signs and everything. And these are the blue signs: Justice for Gannon, and the other one says G-Man, and the other one says guilty, not insane, guilty. But this is the ones that I was talking about. That's the only way I can show you guys without getting myself in trouble. Ugh. So the people with the signs and everything aren't still out there, SJ? Oh, Tara Jones, that's so sweet. I just wish they would come back with this verdict. I keep checking because I keep getting notifications, but it's not the notifications I'm waiting for. Those are all on my posts. Wicked Dream says I got a few of the stickers. Someone was given out. One is a blue ribbon that says Gannon Strong. The other is a shadow of Gannon. It keeps saying justice for her hero. Yep, that's what I just said earlier. They were giving them all out. People are getting upset that the jury's not back yet. And it's like, let them do their jobs. I'm on pins and needles too, but you gotta let the jury do what the jury's gotta do. Oh yeah, that's also lunchtime there. That's true. They will be eating in the jury room. They will have lunch brought to them, just like on Friday. Don't forget to, just to add a little bit to what Des just said, she said, agree, the jury surely saw everything we saw. Letecia doesn't have DID. She knew exactly what she was doing before, during, and after the crime. And to add to that, don't forget, what we seen on our screens is totally different than seeing that stuff in person. When that suitcase was carried in front of the jury, they seen the stains. We couldn't see all that. We couldn't see what the jury actually seen. What they seen was 10 times worse than what we seen. Mom Osser sent me an email of my Gannon plants I did over the weekend. I'm looking for the pictures, but I don't see them. Where did you send them? You said you sent me pictures of your garden. Where did you send them? Because I don't see them in my email. On Outlook? Okay, hang on a sec. They're not in my junk folder. They're not in my inbox. So did you make sure that you sent them to the right email address? And when did you send them? Let me just look through here. No, I'm back into March and I don't see anything from you. Mom, I'm going to put Mom Author. You have to copy and paste that into, when you're doing your email, just copy and paste what I just put up into the address that you want to send your email to. Make sure you got this email, Above and Beyond Ancestor. It's not Above and Beyond Ancestor Readings. It's Above and Beyond Ancestor at Outlook.com. And make sure you put photos in the subject line so I know. Okay, I've got my email up, so I'll get the red dot on my email thing when it comes through. Yeah, the Google searches were totally incriminating. Thank you, sis. Hey, Heavenly. Yeah, Mom Osser, if you put readings in there, it's not going to come to me because it's above and beyond ancestor at outlook.com. And I still do not have anything. There's nothing in junk, and there's nothing in my other, and there's nothing in my inbox. So if you put above and beyond ancestor readings at outlook.com, it's not going to come to me. You got to put above and beyond ancestor. Okay, wait a minute. I just got pictures. Pictures. No, Shelly. No, that's not Mom Osser, I don't think. Mom Osser, did you send me pictures of a shirt and a tattoo? Who sent me pictures? Shelly. Okay, for stuff like this, you guys, you can send it on my Facebook because my email is basically if I ask you to send me something or for readings, not for just random pictures. You can send that stuff on my Facebook, not in here, please. I only have so much space in my Outlook to keep requests for reads and stuff like that. So please don't send anything to my email unless I ask you to. Okay, Shelly, yes, I seen them, but please don't send that stuff to my email. It clogs up. My email is basically for private reads, or if I ask you to send me something, that stuff there, please send it to my Facebook. There is some stuff for the trial that I'm allowing to get posted to my wall. Generally, I don't post stuff like that to my wall either, but I'm making some exceptions. No, I don't, my Facebook too, like you guys can chit chat and everything in the videos that are posted there or things that I post. Glenna, I don't know. My daughter may have taken care of that already. Hang on. Glenna, does your last name start with? Okay. Yes, Glenna, yours is there. It hasn't been open yet. My daughter usually does that. And she sets up the time slots. Like I'm behind. It's a good wait for private reads because I have tons waiting. But once this trial is done, I will be starting up doing the private reads again. So just have a little bit of patience, but she will get to it. No problem, Glenna. Lauren says, I'm surprised how you get everything done. I'm one person, so it's like, yeah. It's like I'm running the channel. My daughter helps with the emails. That's it. But other than that, everything, editing, everything is all me, you guys. The private reads, all these lives, covering the cases, doing the public reads, doing private reads. It's all me. I'm one person. And here we go. Willow, will you be doing another read on Lucas? I just did a read on Lucas like 4 days ago. I do not do reads back to back. I did state in the video, please don't get on me about doing an updated read. I said I would do one, and when I feel it's time to do one, when I feel like there's something more that's going to come out, that's when I do it. I'm one person, you guys, one. And I've got a full life outside of YouTube too. I'm one person. I got to do all my thumbnails. I got to get all my information. I got to do all the lives. I got to do all the readings. I got to do the public readings, the private readings, Sunday mini reads. Covering the trial like this for 10 hours a day, it's a lot of work for one person. I'm doing the work of 5, plus trying to take care of my own life outside of YouTube. So please have some patience. And that's why I say when I do a read, please don't bombard me with when's the updated read. Just to get a read onto the channel that you guys see. If the read is, say, a half-hour read, I meditate, usually for about an hour. Then I got to clear all the cards, clear my space, sage everything. That's another 40 minutes. Then I got to get my cards all set up. I got to get everything set up. I got to do a thumbnail. I got to get it, the internet. It's just for you guys to see. A 30-minute read takes me 4 to 5 hours to do in preparation and getting it done, and then getting it up on YouTube for you guys to see. It's a lot of work. I don't have a team behind me. I don't have other people helping me do things. I'm one person. Like, people that don't have a YouTube channel to run don't understand how much work actually has to go into it for YouTube just to take 42% of everything you make anyway. It's, you know, it's a lot of work, you guys. Shannon's Copper, pop back in whenever you can. We'll be here waiting. Waiting for a verdict. And I keep refreshing everything, so if there's anything new. So I've just refreshed everything, you guys, and there is nothing. Mom Osser, I won't be able to click on Facebook right now. I've got so many windows open across 3 monitors that if I open anything else, my computer will probably crash. So I will get to that as soon as I can. Okay. Okay, you guys, just give me a second here. I'm saving some of these pics to show you guys. I usually don't save all these, but so I don't know if you guys want to see this one. I will show you in case it didn't save. This is Al and his new wife and their son. So Al, that's Gannon's dad, his new wife, and their son. Wow. Wow. Okay, I'm going to show you guys this as soon as I get this all. Hang on a second. My phone just scared the bejesus out of me. There's a photo that I'm looking for in particular. There it is. Okay. Let me just make sure I still got the cord up. Okay. Okay. Oh, sorry. Get that off the screen. Let me open this. Hang on. But open the file first, you guys. Okay. Whoops. Okay, why isn't this doing it the way I want it to? Okay, hang on. Let me put this down. And back over here, present, share screen. Window. Okay. So, I don't know how these are going to come up. Okay, they're going to come up over there. So if I put this over here and make this big, they'll come up here. There we go. Now I got it. Okay, so this is one of the other signs that is out there. Just put this over here for now. I'll just go through some of the pictures that I have. But there's one in particular. Like this one is supposed to be what was in the van. In the first van. When Letecia went to get her stuff. So you can see it's just clothes all thrown in there. So this is supposed to be the first van when they showed up. There it is. That's not, I don't think, in front of Letecia's house. It could be, I don't know. There's one of Gannon in bed. This is the photo that she sent to Al the morning that this all happened. So here's the police with Letecia outside. So I guess that was outside of the house. She's talking with police about going in and getting her stuff. Look at this car all smashed up here. I just seen that. But this is Letecia. That's her brother, Harley. Look at this. Look at how big she's gotten. She's gotten like fat. Gannon. Okay, this is the one that I was looking for. And blow this up as much as I can without distorting it. Okay, so this is what I was talking about with the candle incident. Remember when I said she cut a piece of carpet out and then put another piece in and spilt the candle on it? I think she already tried, because look at under here, right here. This is not, you can see underneath here, that looks like red stuff. And this is not a candle that fell and just dumped there. This is somebody who has literally poured this on here, like a candle that would have been splattered, like all out like this, all over the place. Like there would have been splatter all out like this of candle wax. You can see that it seems to be only in this area where there's this black candle wax. Why it's black, I don't know. But if you look good enough, you can see the red stuff from Gannon underneath here. Look at. See? Right here, here, around here. This is the candle wax. And why this is black candle wax, I don't know. But you can see the red stuff underneath here. And that's why I say I think she did this on purpose. And then she cut this piece of carpet out, put another piece in there, put this piece in the closet, and then put the candle or whatever on the new piece she had put here with just some candle wax on it, saying this is where it fell. And this is why I think she tried to cover up the red stuff with this candle, and it didn't happen. See? You can clearly see the red underneath, the different colors. This is the candle wax. You can tell in here, but look at underneath the red. All here. That's what she was trying to do with that candle. So that's the one that I wanted to show you. Okay, so I showed you this picture. This is what she had sent to Al. And remember when I said, I think he ran into his bedroom and was in between his bed and his wall. His bed it was pulled out from the wall a bit so he could use that plug that was down there. Here's a better picture of it. See how his bed is pulled out? Like here, it's almost right up against the wall and it goes out here. This is because he has a plug right here. And that's where when he was in bed, he would plug in his, what do you call it? His thing that he used to play his games on. That's why his bed was always pulled out from the wall. So I think when she chased him back into this bedroom, he got down in here trying to protect himself. Because right down here, there was red stuff all right here and running down the side of the mattress. So I believe his head ended up on the bed. And that's when she hit him over the head. But I believe all the and pew pew all happened right here. I think she was aiming to try and shoot here, and the pew pew got, 2 of the bullets ended up in this pillow, and then one got him in the jaw. I think that's when his head hit the bed here, and the red stuff ran down the side of his bed, because it's not really on the top pooling, it's more down the side. So I think after she pew pewed, 2 bullets go in the pillow, 1 goes in his jaw. That would not have taken his life, in his jaw. I think his head hit the pillow, and that's when I think she hit him over the head and probably then pulled him out and just started doing what she was doing. But there was blood, red stuff, all splattered on this wall and this wall, all down in this plug down here. Okay, and then when she was doing that interview, here's that interview that she did with what's his name there? But you notice that she has these long sleeves on with the thumb holes so she could cover her hands. Probably because she had wounds. Yeah, and then there's Gannon again. People were saying they didn't know if he was alive here. I believe he is because there's no sign of any like fight going on here. His bed looks pretty much made. There's no red stuff on him. We do know that he had a wound right here. So you would see, I think this is when he was still sleeping before he got him up. And she took this picture to send to Al because the bed is still out from the wall. When you see after this incident, when his bed is remade, that bed is pushed right up against the corner of the wall. And that was probably to cover the red stuff that was on the carpet and the side of the mattress. It could very well be that the suitcase was there. I don't know. It was said that Al said that this was one of those things that you can put on your bed to lean up against, but it generally wasn't under his covers like that. So he could have been using it to sit up on his bed or whatever. But when the bed is remade in the pictures that they showed, the bed is now pushed right up against the corner of the wall when she remakes his bed after the incident. So I just thought that I would show you guys those photos. This one is really interesting as to why she's wearing, you know, a sweatshirt that covers that, you know, that you can put your thumb through to cover up half of her hands and her arms. And you can see, it seems she's only got it on this hand. This one seems like it's right around the wrist. It seems like this is the one that she's covering up. And that's that hand. So I think that there was injuries there. No, I think he's alive in these pictures. I think this is before she wakes him up. So I'll stop sharing that, you guys, but I'll get this back up on so you guys can see when it starts again. We will hear, I've got my sound way up. So when they do come back, we will know. Heart-to-Heart Solutions. Heart-to-Heart Solutions. Thank you so much for your PayPal. I appreciate it. I don't know what you go by in here, but Shar. Thank you, Shar. I just seen that now. I appreciate your PayPal donation. Greatly appreciated. Okay, I've also asked to do a read, you guys, a public read. Sorry, there's no verdict yet. We are still waiting. They should be back from lunch now, so hopefully anytime. I've been asked to do a public read on Grant Solomon. Apparently, he was found deceased, and they don't know if it's foul play or not. So I've been asked to do a read on that. Thank you, sis, for sending me that. Okay, so you guys, chill. A verdict has been reached. The verdict is in. Okay, let me just go here. I just gotta change this, you guys. Hang on.
Hello?
Okay, just give me a second, you guys. Dang it. What did I just do there? Hang on a sec, you guys. Yeah, we got 30 minutes, you guys, to wait here. Let me just make this bigger. My phone's going off. I've got everything's going off all at once here. Yes, thank you, sister. I've got it going off everywhere. All my notifications, everything. My phone, everything is going off. Okay, let me just turn off my volume on that for now. Okay, so I've got the court thing up, you guys. We will be seeing it here. So let me just run you real quick upstairs to the bathroom. We got 30 minutes to wait. We are going to see it right here, you guys. Keep your fingers crossed that this is going to be guilty. Give me 2 minutes. Alright, so I got everything changed. All the new thumbnail, everything is up. The title is Verdict is in now. The verdict is in. It's going to be a long 30 minutes, yes. So, it did come in 1 p.m. Not 1 p.m. Eastern, but 1 p.m. Colorado time. which is 3 o'clock Eastern. Okay, let me just check over here to see exactly. Whoops. See, the one time I didn't check my notifications. 9 minutes ago. So it was before 1 p.m. So between 10 and 5 to 1, the verdict come in. By the Colorado court site, it came in 12 minutes ago. So 10 to 1, it came in. Mods, get ready. Get ready. I will turn off chat. I'm telling you guys. If this comes back not guilty by reason of insanity, I am turning chat off. Because it is going to get crazy in here. Nope, you're back in time, Bichama. You guys are going to hear it all here. Well, you got about 28 minutes to get home, Bichama. Yes, please, please, please don't do no cussing, no nothing in here. Because I don't want to have to turn chat off or end the live. We are going to hear it all right here, you guys. You don't got to worry about that. I've got it up on screen. You guys will hear it as it comes out. Wicked Dream says, okay, praying for guilty and for Bad Monkey's video nips to calm down. You guys are nuts. We'll see it right here on screen, you guys. As soon as the judge comes back, it's coming up on your screen. I'll do another poll, but we already did one. Whoops. Like, I got so much stuff open, you guys, that it's running slow. I'm saying it's coming back guilty. So we're just going to have to wait and see. You guys will see it as soon as it comes up on the screen. We're going to see it. Okay, there's the poll. You guys, as we're waiting for this verdict to come in. Oh, why is it not going up? An error occurred. Great. Hang on, you guys. I got to refresh my... It's probably because I got so much stuff opened. I'll try it one more time. It won't let me do it for some reason, you guys. I don't know why, but it won't let me put it in. So we'll do it this way. If you think it's going to come back guilty, put a 1 in chat. If you think it's going to come back not guilty, reason of insanity, put a 2 in chat. So 1 for guilty, 2 for not guilty, reason of insanity. What do you think is going to happen? Shy, where are you, Shy? The verdict is in. Put a 1 if you think it's going to come back guilty. 2 if you think not guilty, reason of insanity. Oh, 1 thinks... Oh, I seen 1, 2 go flying by there. Oh, another 2. One for guilty. 1 for not... 2 for not guilty by reason of insanity. Mama Husser. A ton of 1s. Everybody thinks it's going to come back guilty, including myself. Okay, here's the next one. Do you want full screen on the defense table? 1 for yes, 2 for no. Do you want just the defense table where Letecia is sitting in case she throws a fit? Put 1 in the chat if you want me to go full screen on the defense table. Put 2 in chat if you want to see the whole thing, including the judge. Okay, everybody wants to see Letecia's table. It's blown up. Blown right up. Oh, I got a couple of 2s in there, but the 1s are winning. Absolutely. I will zoom in as good as I can without pixelating it. Yeah, she would have triggered Christine in court. She would have triggered during any of those hundreds of interviews. Yep, this is going to be the end, you guys. The end of this one. Sorry, you guys, I had somebody coming up to my door again. It's like, go away. Go away. So we are moments, you guys, away from hearing this verdict. Moments away from hearing this verdict. So before they get up and I've got to mute, I want to take this time right now to say thank you to each and every one of you for coming and watching and supporting the channel. My mods, you guys have been awesome. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. For everybody that has taken the time out of their day to follow along with us, and for the commentary that you guys have given in chat, and the theories and the talking things out between us all in here. I'm really, truly going to miss this. I do need a break for a bit after this, but I want to thank you guys for being here, for supporting the channel and supporting Gannon, because that's what this is all about. This is about Gannon. That little boy is watching us from above. And I think that he is just amazed at the people all across the world, all across the US, Canada, the Ukraine, the UK, everywhere, as far as I think we had somebody here from Saudi, all around the world, South Africa, the people that I've got to meet, the people that have come here from across this world to watch this and to show Gannon that he is loved. I just can't imagine how that little boy, looking down at this and feeling the love that he has from people that we don't know Gannon, but we got to know Gannon, and we love you, Gannon. So thank you, all of you, for making that possible, for being here, for showing your support for this little boy, and for believing in justice. The mods here have been phenomenal, and I want to thank you guys. Even the ones, you know, that have been here and help keep things on track, that even aren't mods. Like, each and every one of you hold a place in my heart. I love you guys to the moon and back. And now it's just, we got to pray for the right outcome in this trial. This is what it's all about right here, is holding her responsible for what she did to this little innocent boy. Where is Shy? Where is Shy? Shy, where are you, girl? There she is. She's here. I'm ready. I'm ready. Please, you guys, just remember, please mask your words in chat. This verdict is coming in within the next 15 minutes. They said they're going to give 30 minutes. That's from 10-2. So within the next 5 minutes, you guys, we are finally going to have this verdict. The verdict is finally in. Des, thank you so much for your $10 super chat. It's been a long haul. We've been here for a month and a half, 10 to 12-hour days. It's been a long haul, but you guys have made it all possible with your super chats, super stickers, PayPals. Thank you. I appreciate you. And Des says, sis, thanks for all your time and hard work sharing this trial with us. We love and appreciate you more than you know. And I can't thank you enough. And chat for being amazing also. Yes. And all the subscribers, the mods, everybody. Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys more than you know. We are moments away, you guys. We got 4 minutes. 4 minutes is going to be the 30-minute mark. The judge posted on the court website at 10 to 3 that a verdict had been reached. They said half an hour. Half an hour is in 4 minutes. Thank you again, sister. I'm going to go full screen with this. Thank you, you guys. Thank you. Yeah, and we all suffered through Dr. Lewis, between the screaming phone calls of Letecia, through this quack doctor that didn't make an iota of sense. Yes, we have Facebook too, that you guys can keep in touch till the next one we start. Thank you, Lori. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for being here. Thank you for watching with us day in, day out. Thank you. I love you guys. Vera Moy, hello. Hello, everybody. J.A. Liberty Powell, Vera, Miss Kelly says the entire neighborhood is lit up in blue. Yes, more than worth it for Gannon. Comptoot, thank you. Thank you so, so much. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. Ronja, thank you. Jessica, Marie. Yeah, from, like I said, from Letecia screaming her head off on these phone calls. We had to endure those, to this crazy doctor, to having to see the photos of poor Gannon, to see the autopsy photos. Be Charma. Thank you so, so much. Yes, justice is coming. Thank you. Thank you so, so much. I appreciate you. And yes, fly high, sweet Gannon. Rest in paradise. Because this woman is about to be held accountable for what she did. Please keep your hearts and prayers for Landon and Al, and for all of Gannon's family who love him and miss him, for little Lena who misses her little brother. I just can't imagine. I'm getting full body shivers. I just cannot imagine what they are going through and what they are going to feel today. Justice for Gannon is one thing, but their little boy is still gone. Their brother, their son, their little cousin is still gone. This is just one piece to help, deal with what has happened. Yes, let's take a minute for Gannon and for his family, to give them the strength to go through what is still left to go through. Let's keep them in their heart, in our hearts and in our prayers. Let's take a minute right now. 1 minute, you guys, for Gannon. Okay. Yes, I muted because I took a minute of silence for Gannon and for his family. Thank you again, B. Chama. Thank you. Thank you, Des. Thank you so much. Crazy Graham, thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Any minute now, you guys. Any minute. Are you guys ready? Thank you, Kat H, for your PayPal. Thank you so much. Bad Monkey videos. Thank you, my dear. Thank you. I'll pop over here to PayPal. Kat H, thank you so much for your $10 PayPal. I appreciate you. My stomach is turning, you guys. Florida MJ, thank you so much for your super sticker. I appreciate you. Oh my gosh, you guys, my stomach is just turning right now. Oh my gosh. Crying says I got goosebumps. My stomach is turning. Yes, Florida MJ, thank you for jumping on the super chat train. Thank you. The verdict is in, Robin. It will be coming any minute. They said half an hour. That was at 10 to 3 Eastern. It's now 25 after 3. So this verdict will be coming in any moment. Oh my gosh, you guys. Thank you again, Florida MJ. Nana, thank you. Thank you, Nana. I appreciate you. I don't know what to do with my hands. I don't know what to. Should I light a cigarette? Should I drink my coffee? I don't know what I should be doing right now. I'm just my nerves are all over the place. Yes, let's continue the good vibes all around. Nana, again, thank you so much. I love you. I love all of you guys. Like, yeah, my stomach, Debbie, my stomach is, I don't know, it's doing funky stuff. Laura Paisley, thank you, my dear. Thank you so, so much. I appreciate you. And I got my volume right up, you guys. This judge is going to scare the bejesus out of me as soon as he comes on. Marie Burks, thank you. Unspoken Butterfly, thank you so, so much. You guys rock. You guys rock. Oh my gosh. Rosie, yes, there was so much evidence. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. Thank you again, Unspoken Butterfly, for your generous donation. Robin, thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys. You guys are rock. Oh, thank you, Jackie. Robin, thank you so much. I appreciate you. Robin, it's great. It is great. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Yes, and it has been. It's been awesome watching this all with you. Like, I may have missed something, so you guys remind me of it, or you guys might have missed something, so you knew you could always come in and people would fill you in on what happened during the day. I'm going to miss this. Welcome back, Pamela. Yeah, Wicked Dream says my hands are shaking. says light up a smoke to calm your nerves. Oh my gosh. I'm trying to get rid of this cough. SC Fam Taylor, thank you. Thank you so, so much. I appreciate you guys so much. You don't realize how much I appreciate you guys. Very shortly, you guys, this verdict is coming in. It's 3:30. It's been over half an hour. The judge is going to be coming on here any minute. I don't know. Are they having a hard time getting Letecia back in the courtroom? I don't know. But for them to be taking this long, we'll be back for sentencing, right? So we will get together again, you guys, because we will be all back together again for sentencing. SC Farm Taylor, thank you again for your super chat. Heavenly, thank you, my dear. Thank you so, so much. I appreciate you. I don't know which one I'm going to do next, but I know I need a break after this one. I am going to be covering the sentencing. Don Stedman, thank you so much for your super sticker. I appreciate you beyond belief, you guys. Thank you so much. Thank you. So we will be able to get together one more time, you guys, for sentencing. For this case, anyway. Will I cover another one? Absolutely, I will, but I do need a little bit of a break. We still have Chad Daybell. We still have Brian Kohlberger. Those are going to be ones that I'm going to be covering also. Thank you, Dawn. I appreciate you. They're not going to sentence today. They will give it a week at least. Throw her in the dumpster. Yep. Yes, please subscribe. Hit that notification bell. Hit that like. Well, I loved having you all here too. Oh, thank you, Vicky. Oh, thank you, stay-at-home mom detective. Yeah, it's usually a couple weeks at least so they can get their victim impact statements in. Yeah, it's been 40 minutes. They may be having a problem getting Letecia in court. We don't know. Same as we don't know what took them this long to come to a verdict, but they have. So I'm on the edge of my seat here, you guys. Like My mom is out in her backyard. Our backyards are side by side. She's got all her lounging equipment and everything out there, her swing, her bird bath. So she's got everything out there in her backyard. And I'm sure my back door is closed. My window's closed on my back door, but I'm sure she will hear me. Thank God I will be muted. Me too, country girl life. I am a wreck right now. Yeah, pull a Barry Morphew on her. Oh my gosh, you guys, this is driving me crazy. Everybody's on the edge of their seats. I'm getting messages from other creators that I do work with at times and everything. Everybody in their chat is on their seats too, just waiting for this verdict. Everybody's yelling and screaming, what's taking so long? It's been more than 30 minutes. They're screaming it everywhere. So not just in here, you guys are screaming it everywhere. Yes, please watch the cuss words. Please, please, please. Like I said to the mods, you're going to have to be on your toes because I think there could be a lot of it happening. Hidim, I wish I knew, my dear, but everybody is, I've got a good friend of mine that also has a channel, and him too. He's like, everybody in my chat's going nuts, waiting for this verdict to come out, waiting for this to start up, waiting to hear that judge's voice. And I said, we got the courtroom up too, and we're waiting to hear his voice too. Hadim, thank you. Okay, let me go and try and find it. Okay, Pieta. How far back was Unspoken Butterfly's message? Hang on, let me see if I can find it. Hang on. I'm going to have to scroll back. Hang on a sec, you guys. I can't find it. The chat is going way too fast. I can't find it. So if you can remove your... whichever one it was. I don't have... we don't have Venmo in Canada. Kay Hyde. Yeah, I tried to find it. I can't find it. Okay, thank you. Hadim, thank you again for your super sticker, super chat. Thank you so, so much. And you're very welcome. And thank you guys all for being here. Okay, so she must have removed it herself, realizing that she had made a mistake. Oh, I'm sure, Rhonda, that they did stay near the courthouse. I'm sure they did. And I'm sure they didn't leave. They were around the courthouse this morning. I can almost guarantee it. I don't know what's taken them so long to get back into court. But everybody, even over on my friend's channel, they're all waiting on pins and needles. Waiting for the judge to say, we call again her case number. The jury's ready. We're waiting for everybody else to get back into the courtroom. This is the longest. Like, we're going on 40 minutes now. 45 minutes we've been waiting. Okay, let me just go and check over here and see what is being said. Maybe there's a reason for it. Let me go and find out. Okay, so the Stauch family is in the courtroom. They're currently embracing each other, patiently waiting. They're waiting for the judge to arrive. So they're waiting on the judge, you guys. It looks like, from what I'm seeing, everybody else is in the courtroom. They are waiting for the judge. Al is just looking straight ahead, not really moving at all. He's been looking forward the entire time. Oh, here we go. They're back. Here we go. Okay, you guys.
I don't have a camera button over here this time.
Which one?
I'm going to make it
They're not on yet.
bigger, just like you guys wanted.
Okay.
There she is.
All right. Court will call 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. I've been advised that the jury has reached verdicts in this case. Before I bring the jury in, I want to remind everybody of a couple of things. First of all, if you have a phone out, put it away, unless you are in this front row. In addition, I know that this is an emotional case. I get that. I understand that. Really, I do. But this jury has worked hard. So regardless of whether you agree with or don't agree with their verdict, you need to exercise appropriate decorum. So let's not have any emotional outbursts or anything like that. And I think we're good to go.
Oh my gosh, that did not sound good, whether you agree or not agree. Oh my
Yeah, I
gosh,
have you
you
doing
guys.
something
Oh
else.
no.
Okay. But they all seem to be on. It doesn't matter to me. I can see it. So long as it's broadcasting, I just wanted to make sure that was not the issue.
Oh my gosh, you guys. I'm trying to keep it right there because this is Al right there. You can see.
All rise for the jury, please.
Oh my gosh, you guys. Here we go. If she's going to act out, she's going to do it when this verdict comes in. So let's watch and see. But I didn't like what the judge said with whether you agree or you don't agree. I didn't like that. It just gave me a bad feeling in my stomach.
Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch.
Better take that
Record
water
should
bottle
reflect the
away
jury
from her.
has
She's going to
returned to the
smash
courtroom.
somebody with it.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I see that juror number 5, that would be you, has all the instructions and things like that. That's usually a tip-off to me that you might be the foreperson. Are you in fact the foreperson? And has the jury reached verdicts in this case? All right, if you would hand the instructions and the verdict forms to Mr. Sproul, please. Thank you. All right, the verdict forms do appear to be in proper order. I will have a question for you because there's some extra writing on here, but I think I understand what's going on. So with respect to count number 1, charge of murder in the first degree after deliberation, we, the jury, find the defendant Letecia Stauch guilty of count number 1, murder in the first degree after deliberation. With respect to count number 2, charge of murder in the first degree, child under 12 by a person in a position of trust, we, the jury, find the defendant Letecia Stauch guilty of count number 2, murder in the first degree, child under 12, position of trust. With respect to count number 3, charge of tampering with a deceased human body, we, the jury, find the defendant Letecia Stauch guilty of count number 3, tampering with a deceased human body. With respect to count number 4, charge of tampering with physical evidence, we, the jury, find the defendant Letecia Stauch guilty of count number 4, tampering with physical evidence. I wanted to ask the jury, or actually the foreperson, there is some extra writing on here with respect to question number 1. There's a cross through and some initials. And then on part B, there's also a cross through with initials. Was that signifying that you were not answering that and you intended to answer guilty as to that charge?
Yes, sir.
All right. And is that what you intended with all of the other verdict forms?
Yes, sir.
All right. With that, does either side wish to have the jury poll the prosecution?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, what this means is that this is a process that is sometimes requested by the attorneys following a verdict to make sure that everybody has agreed on all parts of it. So I'll go down the row, starting in the back. Juror number 1, is this and are these your verdicts? Juror number 2, is this and are these your verdicts? Juror number 3, is this and are these your verdicts? Juror number 4, is this and are these your verdicts? Juror number 5, is this and are these your verdicts? Juror number 6, is this and are these your verdicts? Juror number 7, is this and are these your verdicts?
Yes, sir.
Juror number 8, is this and are these your verdicts? Juror number 9, is this and are these your verdicts? Juror number 10, is this and are these your verdicts? Juror number 11, is this and are these your verdicts? Juror number 12, is this and are these your verdicts? I want to thank all of you for your service. Jurors don't get a lot of training. However, you all were selected because you were willing to be open-minded and impartial, and were willing to make decisions based on the facts and the law. You, the jury, heard and saw the evidence. You paid attention all day, every day. Someone else may tell you they disagree with your verdict or some aspect of your service. They may want to express their opinion on the matter. However, we didn't ask them for any of their opinions. We asked you for your judgment. We asked you for your verdict based on the law and based on the evidence. Someone else may tell you they think they're better and smarter and more intuitive than all of you were. Ignore them. As a judge, rarely does a day go by that I don't make somebody in the courtroom mad. The fact that some people may disagree with your verdict or the law only means that those who disagree with you were not carefully selected to be fair and impartial. They did not take an oath to follow the law and to judge all of the facts, and they see it differently from you because they didn't see it all from the perspective you did. And they did not discuss the facts with 11 others who were also fair and impartial and sworn to follow the law. Fair and impartial, and you decided this case. Sworn to follow the law. You decided this case. This verdict is your verdict, and this is the verdict in a case. No poll, no approval or disapproval. and no press analysis changes that fact. This is the verdict in the case. The press or someone else at some point may wish to talk to you. We live in a world of exceptional voyeurism in reality TV, and this is about as real as it gets. They may try to dissect the evidence, your thought process, and your decision. It's a free country. Anyone can ask you anything about your verdict. You can answer if you choose. They can also, however, respect your privacy and allow you to contact them only if you want to talk to them. And if you don't want to, you don't have to talk to anyone about your verdict. If you do talk with someone, you can tell them as little or as much as you like. Someone may even ask you to give an affidavit regarding some aspect of your jury service. You're free to give an affidavit. You're free to decline to give an affidavit. That is a personal decision you are entitled to make. If anyone continues to talk to you after you have told them you do not want to speak about the matter or becomes critical of you or your jury service, please report that incident to me. Again, I want to thank you very much for your service. Without honest people of our community serving on jurors, we cannot secure the right to a jury trial in this country. And it's a very valuable and a very important right. I want to leave you with some language from a case that was decided by the United States Supreme Court in Louisiana versus Duncan. In that case, an individual was denied the right to a jury by trial, or a trial by jury, sorry. And that case went all the way up to the United States Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court sent it back to the state of Louisiana. And it said, you need to give this man what the Constitution requires, which is a trial by jury. And when it sent the case back to Louisiana, it said, we believe that trial by jury is fundamental to the American scheme of justice. Trial by jury is more than an instrument of justice and more than one wheel of the Constitution. It is the lamp that shows that freedom lives. Without your dedication and sacrifice, that lamp would not shine as brightly as it does. So I truly thank you for your service. You are now discharged with the thanks of the court. And for the last time, all rise for the jury, please. Thank you. You may all be seated. I don't know how you want to proceed on sentencing. I do need to talk to the jury for a few minutes because I need to tell them some things about security issues, counseling issues, and things like that. So I do need to talk with them for a few minutes. I also didn't know if the family, the prosecution, anybody wanted to have some time to process the verdicts. I also understand that everybody's been here for 5 weeks, so I get that part too. So I'm open to whatever you want to do with respect to sentencing, but I probably am going to need at least a half an hour with the jury.
I think that would be appropriate, Judge. The people are obviously ready to go to immediate sentencing. I believe defenses as well. And,
Okay.
and I can tell you that the family's been thinking about this day for over 3 years. They're ready to go to sentencing as well.
Okay, then give me about 30 minutes and we will come back and proceed to sentencing at that point in time.
All right.
Yes, you guys, sentencing today. Like, are they going to leave her in the courtroom while they wait? Oh my gosh, you guys. No. Okay. Let me just bring this back down. Oops. All right. So I thought they were going to leave it up so we could see, but obviously they are not. So they are going to sentence right away. Now, I don't know if they are going to let her stay at the table, but I did see the female sheriff come up to the table just before they cut out. Chanel says, does Marie understand what was just said, or should we say it in Russian? Yeah, she doesn't care. She doesn't care. So sentencing in 30 minutes. Good. I hope she is locked away for the rest of her natural life. Never to be let out ever, ever. Oh, Sammy says my son wore his Sonic outfit for Gannon today. Oh no, where did the court thing go? Hang on a sec, you guys. Maybe they just started another feed. Let me just see here. Excuse me. Nope. What did I just do? Okay. So the feed is not up. So I will give it about 15 minutes, I guess. But give me a couple minutes, you guys. I just want to go out and tell Mama what happened. She's out back in her yard, so I can just yell over to her. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Please keep it classy in chat and watch Mask Your Words. Okay, it looks like I can't go anywhere. Debbie, you cannot say that M word. You got to mask your words here. Debbie Monterosa, I deleted your comment because you did not mask the unaliving word. We mask our words here, please. I'm still on the page to get back in, but there's nothing there for it. You can't get back into it. Once it ends, you cannot get back into it. You have to go out and rejoin. And I will show you. It just says it's a diamond shape with an exclamation part thing in it. That it is not. There's nothing up yet, so we have to wait for it to start. So he said he needs 30 minutes. So just give me a couple minutes. Let me run out back and let my mom know. I'll be right back. Please watch your words and mask your swear words and the M word, the pew pew word, please. Okay, I'm back. The verdict already came in, Jamie. We played it here, so if you rewind, you will see it. We're just waiting now on the sentencing, and I'm trying to get back into the webinar, which I should be able to do by now. All right. All right. The webinar will start soon. Thank you for waiting. So as soon as it starts, it will be up on the screen. Whew. Oops. Oh, what am I doing here? Here we go. Whew. Okay, sorry about that, you guys. Sentencing, apparently, from what the family said, is they are ready. They want him to go right to sentencing. So, does that mean that they will do a victim impact? I don't know. They may not. They may just want the judge just sentence the evil woman and get her out of here. I can't imagine Landon not wanting to give a victim impact statement. So this is going to be interesting, to say the least. Well, as a mother, I can see her having something to say. Sorry, you guys had a cough there. Yeah, sometimes they do and sometimes they don't with sentencing, you guys. I'm surprised actually that they are doing the sentencing right away. And not even a blink of an eye from Letecia. Not even a blink of an eye. Can't hear me because I'm on mute. I muted it because I was just talking here, so. I'm not sure which comment you're talking about, Debbie, but I'm sure one of the mods took care of it. Just please remember to mask your words. Yep, they're going right to sentencing. Yeah, I hope it's cold wherever she ends up. Oh, okay. No problem, Debbie. We all make mistakes here and there, but at least you know. Well, Mom Officer, she can't go to HELL because the devil's got a restraining order on her. Yeah, I know it. I'm not sure if the family is gonna want to give an impact statement, but if they do, it's going to be brutal. And we're going to be watching Letecia because they will come to the podium to make their victim impact statement, so we can go one large screen again and we can see whoever comes to the podium, and we can see Letecia at the same time. Vicky, I agree. HELL doesn't want her. They got a restraining order against her. I am just so happy that the jury came back with the proper verdict. And this is one thing we haven't discussed, you guys. What does this look like now for Dr. Lewis? There goes your book. There goes your little movie. There goes everything that you thought you were going to get out of trying to make this a DID case with no evidence of it. None. Zero. Zilch. She is going to look like a fool if she tries to use her testimony on the stand. Katie, if they are going to give victim impact statements, it will be as soon as they come back. Sapphire B, thank you so much for your $20 super sticker. I appreciate you so, so much. It all helps keeps the channel going and bringing this stuff like this to you guys every day. So I thank you very, very much. You guys are very welcome. And thank you. Thank you guys for being here. Katie says, thank you, Willow. No, thank you guys. So it's supposed to be back like 5 minutes, you guys. I wish I knew what the judge was saying to the jury. And I like the fact that the judge said that if you guys don't want to talk and people are trying to force you, you come and tell me. You're very welcome, Sapphire, and thank you for your donation. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, the family just wants to be done and her put away and never have the limelight again. No, Mom Osser, I've never done. I don't like doing celebrities, reads on celebrities at all. There's just too much drama that goes with it. Well, thank you, Heavenly. I love your name too. Yes, the impact statements are not for Letecia. In a way, it's for them to express how this has affected their life. But I don't think they want to give Letecia the satisfaction of knowing how bad they hurt them, that she hurt them. Dr. Lewis was outrageous, in my opinion. Everything in her interviews with Letecia and Alters was so unprofessional. Absolutely. Right down to her having the lawyer in there with her son in there with her, and there was still somebody else, you guys, because the lawyer and son got up and left, and then somebody shut that camera off, and it wasn't Dr. Lewis or Letecia. To have more than just the doctor in there is unprofessional. So thank you again, Sapphire B. I appreciate you. Yep, karma will take care of the doctor, that's for sure. And karma is going to take care of Letecia also. If she doesn't face it, I think they will have her locked up in her own little area. They're not going to allow people near her. Even some of the most hardened criminals in there that have committed other first degrees, but not on children, take offense when you harm a child. So they will have to put her in with people just like her. Someone sent Letecia a Russian for Dummies book. Yeah, really. Yeah, and if you don't pay the price in this life, you're going to pay the price in the next. Now, I don't know if you guys just seen the hands and everything clapping on the side of my screen. Apparently, if you are on Apple now, you can send those to my screen. If only I had some champagne and a fresh orange. Yeah, if she thinks she's going to get her kosher diet, forget it. She ain't going to get it. Yep. Yep. I hope she is, when she does pass away, I hope she stays in purgatory the rest of her life. HEWL doesn't want her. They got a restraining order against her, and heaven ain't going to let her in either. She can stay in purgatory for the rest of her life. It's Cat Brown. It's when you send happy faces or claps or whatever. Let me see if I can go and check that out. Hang on. It tells me Hang on, what's new? What's new? It's called Reactions. Reactions are now available in live chat on iPhones and iPads. While watching a live stream with chat open on an iPhone or iPad, you can respond in the moment by tapping the reaction that corresponds to how you are
Right,
feeling.
sure.
Okay, they're back, you guys.
All right. All right, court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. My understanding is that both sides are prepared to proceed to sentencing. Is that accurate? Prosecution?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense?
Yes, sir.
All right, before we start, well, first of all, I assume that we're going to have some family members.
We have some family members and other people that were affected by this
Okay.
case that would like to speak. Yes.
Sure, all right. Before we start, I want to remind everybody that I am the person that imposes the sentence in this case. That means that when you come up to the podium, you address all your comments to me. You need to do that in a respectful fashion. Remember the decorum. You guys have done great for the last 5 or 6 weeks. And I know we're at the end now, but it's still important to continue with that type of appropriate and proper conduct. So if there's anyone that is going to speak as to sentencing, you don't turn and face the defendant. All your comments are directed to me. In addition, Ms. Stauch, you'll have an opportunity to make a statement to the court as well. Same rule applies to you. Your comments are directed to me. You don't turn and face anybody in the gallery or anybody else. If you have any comments, you make them to me. So with that, prosecution.
Just before we get started, I just got a notification that it sounds like maybe on WebEx, your mic might be off, or I was just getting a notification that people are not hearing that.
It's it looks like it's on. Or my tab says it's on.
It is.
Okay.
It
He
is.
says it's working.
Okay.
It may not have been on a little bit ago, and we were having a technical issue, and I think it got restarted, so I think we're okay now.
Okay.
So, but if you continue to get messages, let me know.
I will do, Judge.
Okay.
The first person that would like to make a statement to the court is Nicole,
All right.
and I'll have each person spell a name for the court report.
Yes. All right. Just step up to the podium there and just state your name and then tell me what you have to tell me.
Nicole Mobley, Nicole Mobley. I just want to initially thank you for everything that you've done through all of this, as well as the prosecution. This has been well over 3 years of a family, as well as hundreds or thousands of us who have gone through a lot. It's been hard. It's been heartbreaking. And to finally see some kind of justice, especially for his family, is incredible. And I just want to thank everybody for everything that you guys have done.
All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Jane?
Hello, Your Honor. My name is Janie Cadenas,
All right. Can you spell that last name?
Cadenas.
Okay, go ahead.
Also, like what Nicole said, wanted to thank you for making this such a fair and neutral trial through the process. I am here today as I have sat with the family for the last 3 years as a community member in Larson Ranch, who has watched the turmoil that this has caused everybody in our community. 3 years ago, we heard as a neighborhood what happened, that a little boy went missing, and we rallied together in a way that most communities can never experience or imagine. We came together and we helped find ways to get media involved, to get search parties involved, to do everything we could to be of assistance to find this little boy, because Gannon wasn't just a neighbor, he was all of our little boys. For months and months until he was found, we were all scared to let our kids go outside because we were scared that they would be kidnapped. We didn't know what was going to happen. And through that process, we all came together and we met Landon and Al, those of us that didn't know them, and we built relationships and friendships and garnered a family relationship with them through that process. But this is just one thing that, as a community member, somebody who was a part of it from the beginning, that I can confidently say, this is the worst tragedy that anybody could ever go through, and every parent's nightmare. And I have watched and held Landon as she falls apart time after time. But we are here today, and justice has finally been served for Gannon. And we want to thank you as a community for that opportunity for this to happen today.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. My name is Jeff Davenport, Jeffdavenport.
All right.
I am Gannon's great uncle. I'm Albert's uncle, and my sister Debbie, who hopefully will be speaking in a few minutes, is his grandmother. Because I am a couple of steps away from him in relation, even though I have personal memories of Gannon and the loving, wonderful young man that he was and the great man he would have been. I want to leave the depth of impact to his parents. So I would like to talk about the breadth of impact. The preciousness of an 11-year-old's life is beyond measure, and all other impacts to all the rest of us pale in comparison to the loss he suffered himself. But this now convicted murderer did not just murder Gannon. She murdered all of the love and joy and encouragement and security he would have brought to all those he encountered throughout his life. She murdered his children and his grandchildren and all of the joy and love and encouragement and security they would have brought to all those they encountered throughout their life, and so on and so on. She murdered his junior prom, his senior prom, his high school graduation, his college years, his career, his marriage, his retirement, and his golden years. And it just goes on and on. Because of her crime, all of our fragile trust in one another has been further eroded. It's not an exaggeration to say that millions of people throughout the world have heard of this crime and will, as a consequence, be less trusting and more suspicious of those in whose care they entrust their children, even those who have loved and cared for their children for years. And because of her specious, cynical, calculated use of the NGRI defense in this case, those who are truly mentally ill will be treated with more suspicion and may not receive the help that they need. The reverberations of her murder of Gannon will ripple throughout eternity, and the impact of her crime is truly incalculable. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Allen?
Thank you, Judge. It's Veronica Birkenstock, spelled Veronica, Birkenstock, Birkenstock. I am Landon's aunt, Veronica, or Aunt V, Gannon's great aunt. Nothing in life prepares you for the murder of a child. No one ever thinks this can happen to your family. A little over 3.5 years ago, I got a call, a very dreaded call, that I needed to come and be with Landon. For over 3 years, I have dear left her side in all the hearings, all the motions, and all the hearings that the defendant decided not to come to because she didn't think it was important. But regardless, we showed up, and we showed up for Gannon. I want to talk about forgiveness today because as a Christian, I have to forgive, not because I want to, because human flesh does not want to. The judge today, on behalf of Landon and I, we want this court to know that we have forgiven Letecia for what she did. God is the ultimate judger. But I pray today that you, Judge, will give her what she deserves on this earth, and will let God do the rest in eternity. I don't know if this is appropriate or not, but I would like to leave this Bible. And at some point in time, if you think it's okay, to give to Letecia as she serves her life sentence. And we hope that will be the punishment that you render shortly. But this is a life application Bible. For the rest of her natural life, I hope she will read the Word of God. And I hope that she will turn from her evil ways and the things that she did to our family. I have sat here for 6 weeks, and I have listened to the horrendous things that she did to my nephew. I don't want the last memory of him to be what she did to him. Our last memory of Gannon was one of fun, love, joy, so articulate, and despite everything, he was gifted and talented. He wasn't supposed to live. The day he was born, the doctors told us he had really no chance. He weighed 1 pound and a few ounces. I'll never forget the picture that Albert sent when he took his wedding ring and it would fit all the way to his shoulder. For months, I saw Landon and Albert pray over their baby. And one of the happiest days was the day he got to come home. And I was there with them. I got to spend the first night holding him for the first time and looked in his beautiful little eyes, and he fought so hard to get there. His 11 years did have impact. And I want us to remember again, and it's who he was, not what this evil deed did to his memory. He is our hero and will always be our hero. Letecia tried to steal many things from my niece. She called her a drug addict. She called her homeless when she was in the hospital having her 3rd child. She was there for months and months trying to save her life and her baby. She wasn't homeless. Landon's a good mother. She loved her children. And she loved Gannon. And her only son was taken away by someone who was just ferociously jealous of my niece. With all that being said, I pray that you will give her the sentence that she deserves. But I also pray that God will forgive her if she repents and turns from her evil ways.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Allen?
My name is Bob Rogers, B-O-B, R-O-G-E-R-S. My wife Patty and I are grandparents to Lena and Gannon, who we never had the opportunity to meet in person. Over the past couple of years, there's been a lot of tears and challenges with Al, who hopefully helped him walk through this tragedy. The person that comes to mind for me is Lena. Lena is Gannon's younger sister. And we have the opportunity to be grandparents to her. And she's a beautiful child. She sings beautifully. She's talented. What she doesn't have is an older brother to stand beside her as she goes through her life. She still mentions Gannon quite often, her brother. We never want the spirit of Gannon or the memory of Gannon to be lost. So I just am a loss for words. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
I am Deborah Pierce, P-E-A-R-C-E. Sorry. Gannon's grandmother. And I just wanted to thank you, first of all, Your Honor, for this court and everything that's been done, for everyone who has so carefully and impartially cared for this case, for this loss of his precious child. And I feel that if Gannon were here today, he would say, please, please protect my family and be concerned for the loss that they've had. This has gone from my children to my grandchildren, little children who lost a cousin who never understood why something like this could happen. If he were here today, he would say, please take care of my family. Make sure that they're protected as time goes on and as this life goes on. And obviously to help us to go forward in this life. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, Your Honor. My name is Landon Bullard, also referred to as Hyatt in this case, but Bullard's B-U-L-L-A-R-D. I miss you, Gannon, and I love you to the moon and back again. I know every day you're with me and your sisters, but that will never be taken away. The ache that I have for you, to hold you, to hug you, to tell you how much I love you, and to see your smile and your innocence. I remember all the pain your dad and I suffered with having children. It was never easy, and we were always fearful through the process. On September the 29th, 2008, our lives were forever changed. Our first biggest blessing came into the world, weighing only 1 pound and 6 ounces. You fought all the odds and developed a personality and a smile that's larger than life. You became my hero that day. You forever changed my heart and my life, and that will never change. That is something that can never be taken away from me. You came into this world fighting. And unfortunately, you left this world fighting. Your Honor, she fought against someone that he loved and trusted. Someone that myself and Albert both trusted and loved. Someone who can never understand what it means to love or trust anyone but herself. For more than 3 agonizing years, I've often wondered what I may say, or if I would even be able to. For 3 years, I have questioned every single possibility and scenario. For 3 years, I have tried to forgive you, but I can't. I want to. But no parent should have to bury their child. No parent should have to see or hear the horrific things you have done to the whole family. She has taken away the most precious gift in this world. Not just my family, not Al's family, but your own family. She destroyed dozens of lives of people who never wanted to believe that she could have done this. She knew how special Gannon was, and she knew what meant to most to me. I, in my heart, can never understand her hatred and insecurities when it came to me. I did love her. Mother to mother, I trusted her with my children while trying to survive a complicated life with my 3rd child. And she used every opportunity to write a narrative of my life to try to take pieces of my life. When she already took some of it, that still wasn't enough. She searched. I lost my place. I don't know where I'm at now. She searched so hard for love when all along she had it, but she took it for granted. I didn't hold anger against you then. I still kept my heart open to her. You had so much love from Lena and Gannon, from Harley, her own daughter, that you willingly subjected to the chance of serving time for her crimes. Such an indicator of her inability to love anyone herself. You had support, appreciation for me, even when we couldn't see eye to eye, because I valued her for helping me with our children when I physically couldn't. Even when I was fighting for my kids, as you wrote, a false smear campaign against me and my children, and also Al. For me, I still appreciated that they were loved by you. So I thought. She had everyone fooled. She projected abuse and addiction claims against all of us, not just me, when all along she was the one harming innocent children. Anything to take the light off, manipulating us, breaking my kids, and murdering my son. I can't say that she ruined my life, because that will be some form of sick victory for her. Because even through this process, it's been a game to her. The people who listened doesn't know her style or her sly jabs. She's even made at Albert and I. They do not know the significance of certain things she says or does. But we do. Instead of allowing her to take that power of hurting me further, I wanted to tell you this. Let me tell you what Gannon has done. Even to this day, even after you murdered him and she tried to taint any positive image of him, he has caused families and communities to come together. Children and adults have given their life to Christ. He has called unity in times of trial. He is a hero. She even tried to steal that away. A cape, huh? The one image of Gannon that was created for the world. After it went national, TV begging for the return of my son, my hero. How dare her? How truly sick and cruel is she? You stole so much from this world. Gannon's cousins, aunts, uncles, sisters, new siblings, grandparents, and friends are missing a huge portion of their lives without Gannon. Lena is missing her brother. Your Honor, I've never seen a bond between two siblings so close as theirs. She had to take that. Why? I'm afraid we may never know that answer, will we? I show his baby sister Nova pictures and videos of Gannon so she will always remember who he is, because she stole him from us. He is not forgotten and never will be. And it's so sad to sit here today and face her, a person even Gannon loved, one that I know while she was attacking and killing him and fought for his life, he defended himself against her, still loving her. A love she never deserved from him for what she has done. While she is too much of a coward to even come forward with the truth, she owes it to Gannon. But the lack of remorse and the lack of respect to Gannon through this child, her lack of compassion shows me that she and we were all wrong. She manipulated all of us and never loved Gannon, Lena, or Harley. I've sat here for over a month having to listen to her sick lies, even as she tried to destroy who I was and Albert as a father. I've had to sit and listen and watch every reenactment of images no one wants left in their mind. You wanted to leave us with that, knowing it would torture us. But you underestimated me. I am Landon, Gannon's mom, and that will never change. Through my hurt, anger, and pain, I will never be the monster that she is. I can never be filled with the hate that her heart holds. I pray that we will never have to look at her face again. I will continue to hold on to my faith. Vengeance is not mine, as I surely wish it could be at times, but it's the Lord's. I have to trust in that. Thank you, Judge Warner, for your compassion, your patience through this trial. I want to thank the juror for their attentiveness and time that they took for justice for my boy, to the detectives, officers, legal team for every single second they've poured out into Gannon's case, and to the community for your countless hours. Tisha, that was her biggest mistake. You underestimated this community and this defensive team, Lorson Ranch. They searched for and fought for Gannon within hours, and they never believed your lies from the moment they started. None of these people ever gave up on him. You never looked. All of these people I will forever hold close to my heart. Always Gannon strong. My G men forever. Justice has been served today. Your Honor, I pray that you just give her the best sentencing, the longest sentencing that you can. This will not bring my son back, but I can sleep soundly for the first time in 3 years, knowing that you can never harm, this defendant can never harm anyone again, knowing Gannon will always be a true hero in a cape. He will always be my son. That will never be taken away.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Allen?
Once I was 7 years old, my mama told me, go make yourself some friends or you'll be lonely. Once I was 7 years old. Do, 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 do. It was a big, big world, but we thought we were bigger. Pushing each other to the limits, we were learning quicker.
Al Stauch, Gannon's father, capital Father. Last name Stauch. Stauch. I'm gonna start with something from my wife, not to go out of order, but she didn't think she could make it through it. So this is my wife, Melissa, and these are her words. Some may say or think that I wouldn't be here if it weren't for Tisha. In part, that may be accurate, and I would be okay with that, because then Gannon would still be here. I too know the pain of losing a child, and there is no greater pain. We are now lifelong grief partners, as this is a lifelong journey of pain with 2 sons waiting for us in heaven. I have some words from my daughter Elena I will address in the middle of my speech, but they're written in yellow, so I don't know if I should leave it to a child. Out of the night that covers me, black as the pit from pole to pole, I thank whatever God may be for my unconquerable soul. In the fell clutch of circumstance, I have not winced nor cried aloud. Under the bludgeonings of chance, my head is bloody, but unbowed. Beyond this place of the wrath and tears looms but the horror of the shade, and yet the menace of the years shall find me unafraid. It matters not how straight the gate, how charged with punishment the scroll. I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul. The poem I read is named Invictus, translated from the Latin means unconquerable. I quoted this same poem at Gannon's memorial here in Colorado Springs back in August of 2020. Why August of 2020? When his body was ripped to shreds on January 27th? Well, as we heard testimony to, his body was found 1,370 miles away. And then the process to identify his maggot-infested remains withheld him from us until July 2020. As I stated in my testimony on the stand, Gannon was born severely premature and barely filled my 2 hands the first time I held him. At the end of his life, after his body was cremated into a pile of ashes, he was ultimately no bigger than the first time I held him. As brutal as the wait became, I'm thankful to God and the bridge workers for finding him and returning his precious body to Landon and I. I quote the poem Invictus again, not to boast of my strength and perseverance, Your Honor, but to say to the world, I alone can control my actions and reactions. Your Honor, I refuse to allow anger to poison my soul and orient my life to a pursuit of vengeance. I refuse to allow pain to carry me through each day and promote the pursuit of medicinal retribution toward the offender. I refuse also to let my mind be clouded by inconsistency and emotions that deter me from the purpose in this life. Your Honor, the price I pay each and every day for this resolve is to only get pieces and parts of my son. inconsistently through time. But the pain is too heavy and the anger too overwhelming and the desire for vengeance too vexing. Instead, each and every day I pursue peace. I seek joy in my life and let the love I have for my wife and family flow in and out of me like a mighty wave. As I told Tisha regularly at the end of our relationship, my joy is mine alone, and she cannot rob me of that. I will learn to experience G more and more as time goes on, but as I did my best to instill into his precious soul, love, joy, service, and kindness are the pathway to take in life. This picture shows that in the 4th grade, he already had a mind for service. Throughout these past 3 years since Gannon was beaten and drugged, carved up, shot at point blank range, and discarded like yesterday's garbage, I've encountered many people that would figuratively do the same to me. I've been questioned, compared as Tisha did to my abusive father, and ridiculed for my approach to finding Gannon. I hope now that the world has seen that I was assigned the most arduous task of finding Gannon in the only place that was possible for him to have been, in the mind of a killer. Were my efforts fruitful? I believe so. But from the moment I did not see the Volkswagen Tiguan, or however you say it, at French Elementary on that Tuesday evening, a clear direction for finding Gannon pointed directly and precisely at Tisha. While others online, some who are even in the courtroom today, questioned my perceived lack of effort or concern, I stood still and stood firm in knowing that only one person had the information needed to find Gannon. Now I say, woe to the person who questions a father's resolve when the safety and well-being of his children are at stake. I did not waver. I did not falter in the pursuit, nor did I allow the mentality of the mob to shake me. But it was only by the grace of God that Gannon's precious body was finally found. In Mark 4:39 of the Bible, in the middle of a storm, Christ arose and rebuked the wind and said, "Peace, be still." In times of trial in my life, from seeing my father being taken away in handcuffs, seeing that sweet 1 pound, 6 ounce baby boy for my firstborn son being put into a Ziploc bag after he was born to help regulate his body temperature, and now searching for and never finding my son again, I have but one choice, and that is the times of trial and tribulation to have that peace and be still. As I alluded to previously, that stillness does provide an easy target for many who do not understand peace, hope, and even faith. Some, including Tisha, feasted on my stillness, attacked, and yes, left several scars. One of these scars comes in the form of the financial and residential ruin that began in the early days of this ordeal. I'm just going to skip this part because I don't want to make this any more about me. I'm not seeking any restitution, Your Honor. For the $1.50 a month I receive from the defendant, Tisha, would just keep me connected to her for the rest of my life, and I don't want that. So absolutely no restitution, Your Honor. The murderer of which I speak was not always such. When I met Tisha, she was beautiful, extremely intelligent, as many have testified to, and a seemingly successful woman. A far cry from the nappy-headed, murderous, narcissistic, and arrogantly flippant human being that sits in our midst today. Having a background in teaching, social work, higher education, certified babysitting, and endless amount of credentials, that should render one trustworthy when it relates to the safety of children. However, although she remains too much a coward to state the facts of what she did to Gannon, too much a lily-livered, self-centered, pathological liar to ask for forgiveness, and too much the facade of one who actually cares for others to have taken her frustration out on an adult or one who could defend themselves, she will one day give an account through her words or through her time. Sending pictures of Gannon sleeping to Landon and I was telling, as the boy looked pale and absent of the energies that so defined him. This is what a happy, healthy little boy looks like when he's sleeping. The next picture. That's what a little boy sleeping looks like. These pictures on the screen are of a happy, healthy little boy that's sleeping sweetly, healthily where he lay. The impact Tisha had as a result of this heinous crime stretches far wider and far deeper than I could depict through my statement today. 2 other people torn to pieces as a result of this are Gannon's sister, Lena, and Harley. Speaking of Harley, I feel as though I've lost 2 children as a result of this tragedy, one of which I will never see on this earth again, and the other which I do not know if a relationship can be salvaged with. Now for Lena. The video you saw as submitted in evidence, her bebopping down the street, is actually an excellent depiction of Lena and her happiness and her joy in life. She is very loving, trusting, and at times way too social. Normally, you might be concerned by your little girl talking to the utility guy working in the front yard, but in this case, it was the inside of her own home that was of grave concern. Nonetheless, her loss, Lena's loss, is like none I can even imagine. She lost her big brother, her only brother at the time. I still do not know if she has fully processed or fully understands the gravity of the situation, but regardless has pressed forward and is thriving as best as she can. I am so proud of her. And these are her words. Once again, they're in yellow, so I'll do the best I can. And this is what I asked her if she wanted to say anything to Tisha, and this is what she said in her sweetest mind that she has. That you do not do that to people, especially your stepkids. And that it is never all right to do these things. How sweeter of a response can you get? Now for my precious, premature firstborn son. Get it? I never in my wildest dreams would have ever thought you'd be in danger, buddy, or I know I wouldn't have not left you. At home with what turned out to be your murderer and the last person to ever see you on this earth. I'm so sorry. Through a father's eyes, children are truly a gift from God, and among the best and most perfect creations God can make. Your Honor, I do need to clear one thing up with the defense. It was said both in the opening statement and in the closing, somehow Gannon has been compared to a demon. And I understand the problem, but if they want to take the case up of Gannon being a demon, I will line people up from Alaska to Denver to Colorado Springs, all the way to South Carolina to testify against them. Gannon was nobody's demon. I don't care how much anyone was abused or anything. He was not anyone's demon. Oh, okay. Gannon was truly my buddy. Very recently, before he died, the most alarming thing he did was call me dad. Up until age 10 or 11, I was daddy. But in the last months of his life, I was just dad. A signal that he was coming into those junior high, pre-teenage years. Another amazing thing that is he finally started asking me regularly to play ball with him. He was never too much into sports for most of his life, but that last 6 to 9 months, he really started enjoying playing ball. Some of the most memorable times were him running little 5-yard football routes in the street in front of our house. Most of the time he dropped the ball, but he kept asking, let's do it again. I almost had it that time, Daddy. Oh, and that Nintendo Switch. One of the most difficult pieces of evidence to give up was his Nintendo, because that probably has the most of him on it. Knowing I may never see that again is truly devastating. For him, many of his games were not just games, but a challenge to overcome, as I made him beat specific games before I would buy him the next one. I remember not long before he died, him beating the old school Zelda game he had. As he felt he was getting close to beating the final monster, he paused it, ran upstairs, and we sat at the kitchen island, and he beat it right there together with me. He was as excited as I ever saw him. With all of that and all of the pain of only being able to see him play through the one YouTube video he was able to make, which I'm about to play, I can sleep in peace at night because the father I am and the son he is was culminated as always in our final embrace as he ran out of arms and downstairs to watch Pokemon, I in his heart and he in mine. If we could try to play that video, just maybe the first 10 or 15 seconds of it.
Hey guys, and today I'm about to play some Sonic Maniac.
Alright, let's zoom in.
And yes, cameraman is right here. Derpa Star White Gaming. And yes, shout out for our channels. We're going to be doing a lot of these together. Give a shout out to him, his channel, Freedom.
Thank you. I was one of the many he hoped to make and the only one he was actually able to make. I do want to add something that I don't have in my speech that me and Landon already had a conversation about this, and I owe her an apology as well as she already gave me one, that we allowed Tisha to manipulate us into some of the pain and disagreements that we had between one another. And Landon, I'm sorry. But I will say this, Tisha was not the glue to keep everything together. She was not the answer. And this is not a jab, Landon, okay? But Lena still lives with me. Tisha, you were not the answer. Now, Your Honor, if I have any influence on the final sentence for Tisha, first I ask to be stripped of my last name immediately. It's nauseating and infuriating to hear her called Miss Stauch this past 3 years. Secondly, I ask that for every mile she drove Gannon across the country, she spent 1 day in solitary confinement. I think that took us in between 3 and 4 years. After that journey is complete, I recommend her sentence be equal to every year she stripped off of Gannon's life, which for the average male in America right now is 77. So that would give her 66 more years in addition to the 11 he lived. Lastly, for every year of Harley's life that she abusively manipulated that child, she should have an additional year of prison. That adds 21 years to the total. I think without parole, that should suffice. I pray also that Tisha lives the fullest and happiest life that any inmate possibly can live. I also pray that every night before she falls asleep, her last breath before she drifts off sounds just like the breath that she describes Gannon breathing as life left his body. And that all through her sleep, she dreams of all the fun they had at Disney and other places we went throughout our time together. And that every morning as she is about to wake, the end of her dream, the last words Gannon spoke or screamed or cried, "Tisha, stop! You're hurting me. Why, Tisha? Daddy, help me. I want my mommy. Why couldn't you let her just be a mama's boy? That's all he wanted to be. He just loved his mama. I wish she would tell me what those words were so I would know." And then as she speaks those words, the sound of a gunshot goes off and she wakes. Every day and night, I pray she relives just those moments and then wakes up to a nice, warm, and kosher breakfast. In conclusion, I would like to share a picture of Gannon in his final state and find a resting place, and thank everyone that has had a positive impact on my family and I. To everyone that has shared the positive impact Gannon has had on your life, from a proud and broken father, from the bottom of my heart, I thank you. I'd like to pause until we can get that last photo up.
Not getting a feed from your laptop. It's fine. Oh, there it is.
Thank you, everyone.
Alan?
I think that concludes the comments from family and friends, Judge. So I'm not sure if you're ready to hear sentencing comments from me or if you want to do a different process.
Let me hear the sentencing comments from you. The last person that I always hear from in the sentencing is the defendant. So
Okay. Can I have just a moment?
you may go ahead.
Yeah, just in the abundance of caution, I would ask the court to keep restitution open for a period of time. Obviously, Mr. Stauch is not asking for any restitution, but there may be some that we want to submit, and so I would ask the court to keep that open.
Well, based on the new case regarding timelines, I'm going to give you 49 days to submit an order.
Thank you.
If there is an objection, you'll need to file the objection within 14 days after that. And that'll get us all right. So 49 days, 14 if there's an objection, and if there is, we'll have a hearing.
Okay, thank you, Judge. Judge, I'm not going to make a long drawn out statement. I think the comments from the family and friends of the Stauch family said it better than I ever could about the impact that Gannon had on their lives. The loss of Gannon from his family and to this community will never be made right through this process. We all know that. The defendant, through her own actions, tore Gannon's family apart, tore this community apart. And at the same time, I've never seen a community come together the way this community did in the face of such tragedy. Over an 11-year-old boy who most of us never knew. The defendant manipulated this community, Gannon's family, the investigation. I've been a prosecutor for a long time, Judge. You've seen a lot of cases. I've never seen the kind of horror that this defendant brought down on a community and a family. The torture that Gannon had to suffer in the last moments of his life are unspeakable. No matter what sentence you give us, Judge, and I know what that sentence is going to be for the most part, no matter what the sentence is, we'll never bring Gannon back. But it will go a long ways towards healing this community. I hope healing Landon. I hope healing Al. They're going to live the rest of their lives second guessing every decision they made as it relates to leaving their children in the care of this defendant. Through no fault of their own. Judge, on count 1 and count 2 merges into count 1. The only sentence available is life in prison without parole. As to count 4, tampering with a deceased human body, driving Gannon's body over 1,300 miles away, hiding it from view, hoping it would never be found. I asked for the maximum sentence of 12 years, Judge, and that it be running consecutive to the life in prison without parole. Tampering with physical evidence is an F6. It's 1 to 1.5 years. I ask that you give max on that as well and run that consecutive. Judge, we do have that other pending case, 20 CR 3170, hanging out there. In the grand scheme of things, well, I'd love to prosecute this defendant for that charge as well. In the interest of justice, I would like to see this defendant in Department of Corrections custody as soon as possible. And so we are dismissing that count or that charge. Thank you, Judge.
All right, at this point in time, the defense has an opportunity to present statements in mitigation. Mr. Tellini?
We began with sentences as a matter of law. It's now on the council. I don't have pre-sentence confinement for staff. That she ordered that she be allowed to proceed in.
Give me an order.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Ms. Stauch, I heard what your attorney had to say, but I need to hear it from you. You have a right to address the court at this point in time regarding any matter that you want me to consider for sentencing. Do you have anything that you wish for me to consider, ma'am? All right.
Actually, there is.
Go ahead.
Court consider this or request to admit, reflect a request for her to be placed in San Carlos.
I don't have the ability to do that. DOC determines where its inmates go, and I'm not going to make a recommendation one way or the other. And I'm going to apologize before I do this. I've heard a lot. I want to take about 10 minutes to put my thoughts in order. I'll come back with my sentencing at 3:25.
All rise.
Okay, so what we didn't hear there, you guys, because this defense attorney keeps getting up away from the mic, she wanted to pick the prison she was going to. Because I know she's heard a lot about some of the worst prisons there that she could be going to. She thought that she could pick the prison she's going to. Oh, hell no. Strike me for that. I don't care. Nope. Like, and then laughing at the end, the eye rolling, like, oh, come on. Like, I could just imagine what was going through her brain when Al was there breaking down and crying. When Landon, everybody that got up there, the eye rolls like, oh, you think you're so good. No, you weren't. Like, I don't know how Landon didn't take a run at her. Because I would have. There's no way I would have been able to hold back. Especially the eye rolls and the, So the judge is taking 10 minutes and he's going to come back and give the sentencing. I would have thought by now he would have had his words together to what he would have wanted to say, but I guess not. Oh yeah, I wouldn't have been able to hold it. That would have been it. I would have went right at her. It's not how it works. Yep. Nappy head. I loved it. No, she's not going to speak. I told you, she wasn't going to take the stand, and she's surely not going to speak unless her lawyers do it for her. I would have taken the chance and tried to get at her. And I don't for 1 minute think that Cook's tears, no. Sorry, nope. You sat there and you laughed, Cook, when they were showing evidence about what she did to Gannon. You sat there and you laughed with her. So you expect me to believe your tears now? Uh-uh. And then she thinks she's going to be able to pick the jail she goes to. Well, Landon said it all. It was her hatred. Just like I said right from the beginning in my read said, this was her way of getting even with Al and Landon both at the same time. That's how much hatred she had for Landon. And Al. No, he said 10 minutes. He's coming back at 3:25 their time, which is 5:25 Eastern, which is in another 5 minutes. He said 10 minutes. Yep, prison. She is going to prison now. That's why the prosecution took back the charges. They're not going to prosecute her on the other charges that they have, because if that was so, she would still be held at the jail. He wants her to go straight to prison. Straight to prison. If she still had more charges to face, she would still be held at the jail. He wants her going straight to prison. The restitution, he doesn't want anything. I think once they hit prison, they get $1.50 a day added to their accounts at the jail. That's what you're given when you're in jail. I guess it's $1.50 a day. Al doesn't want it. And that would have been some kind of restitution. Al doesn't want it. So the state is going to take it to help pay for this court case. So she doesn't get a cent. Any money that's in her account at the prison will have to come from family. Yeah, she has nerve asking for anything. Okay, well, I know here in Canada, I think it's $1.25 a day you get. Even if you don't work, you get $1.25 a day. And that is basically enough at the end of the month to buy your own shampoo and bars of soap, because you're only given a certain amount of soap, toothpaste, bar soap when you go in. The other charge that was dismissed was trying to escape. That's in Colorado. There's still another charge of when she assaulted the sheriff, but that's up to that state if they want to press charges. That's going to be Julie. Julie says, oh, do they have a law there where she can't make any money off of books, TV documentaries, and such? I believe that the judge will address that in his sentencing. Okay, so Nana says if you don't work in prison in the States, you don't get any money. Okay, well, here I know they give you $1.25 a day whether you work or not. You get more if you do work, but they have to give you $1.25 a day to get personal hygiene items at the end of the month. Yeah, I don't know if the judge can order that she has her last name stripped from her. I don't think I know in Canada they can't order you that. I don't know how it works in the States. She's banking that personal hygiene fund. So Mom Oster says, in my past experiences, we had to have it as a demand in the divorce decree. Yeah, but she didn't want the divorce, so yeah, and she will fight changing her name now just to get at him again. The bald guy in the black is an FBI agent. Okay, they're back, you guys, so I'm gonna mute. And there's Letecia smiling away again. Okay, so I'm gonna make it big screen, or do you guys put one in the chat if you want big screen just on Leticia's table, or if you number 2 if you want the judge too. Put that in chat right now, real quick. 1 if you want it just on the defense table, 2 if you want the judge and the defense table. And I hope he remembers to put his mic back on. There we go.
Parent's worst nightmare is getting a phone call letting them know that something has happened to their child. How much worse must that nightmare be when law enforcement asks not for a picture of your loved one, but rather DNA and dental records? I've also heard it said that one of the worst tragedies a parent can experience is to outlive a child. I have known people, both professionally and personally, who have gone through that. It never leaves them, but the sharpness of the pain does diminish to some extent over time. I cannot fathom the pain Mr. Stauch and Ms. Bullard have experienced as a result of the defendant's actions. A sentence in a criminal case such as this will not change the fact that their son's life was taken from them, and no sentence I impose and nothing I say will ever change that fact. Ms. Stauch, you betrayed the person you loved enough to marry. You told your husband lies and took away someone he loved. You took away every day that Mr. Stauch or Ms. Bullard could have had with their son. When you take a life, regardless of how you do that, you forever alter the future. Neither Mr. Stauch nor Ms. Bullard will ever see their son graduate from high school, go through the joy and the pain of that first love, or get married. They will never know what kind of impact their son may have had on the world if only he had lived to become an adult. And had Gannon's body not been found, they never would have known what happened to Gannon. They would always have had a lingering doubt about what happened to Gannon. And I cannot imagine the pain and sense of loss associated with that. You betrayed your daughter, Harley Hunt. I cannot imagine the emotional impact that you have had on her due to your selfish and calculated actions. This is a young woman that trusted you to put her interests above yours. This is a young woman who believed in you and believed you were innocent of this crime right up until the time that you pled not guilty by reason of insanity. And she still loves you. That's natural for a child, and it doesn't matter how much older they get. You were supposed to protect her. I cannot imagine the guilt she feels or the therapy that she will need to address your betrayal. There is no evidence that she had anything to do with the murder or your cover-up of it, but some people still think that she is somehow involved. She wasn't. The incredible strength of will and courage that it took for her to come in and testify is amazing to me. But she did it because, as she said, it was the right thing to do. And while thankfully she didn't testify, let's not forget about Lena. You betrayed her too. You took her brother from her and forever altered her family dynamics. She will always wonder who she can trust and will always feel that loss. She was there the day you killed Gannon. His body was still in the house when she got back from school. At some point, you even claimed this 8-year-old girl helped you move her brother's body from the basement to the back of your car. That's just simply not true. As she gets older, Lena is going to want to know more, and she's going to want to know if there was something that she could have done to prevent this. I hope she comes to realize that she has no fault in all of this. You betrayed your stepson, and you took his life. You took away everything he was and everything he could ever become. I can't imagine the terror and confusion that he must have felt in the last moments of his life when he knew his life was being taken by someone he trusted to protect it. Your attempt to raise the claim that you did this because of your adverse childhood is also a betrayal of people that have mental health issues. It is no secret that there is a large part of our population that has mental health issues. It's also no secret that our country and our health system could do a much better job addressing mental health issues than it does. However, the number of people with mental health issues who become violent is small, and the number who become murderers is smaller still. Your claim that a mental health issue caused the murder in this case is a disservice to all those who struggle with mental health issues every day. This isn't the first case I have presided over in which sanity or a mental condition of the defendant has been raised as a defense. I have had cases where the defendant's mental condition caused the defendant to act out in a certain fashion. But even in those cases, I have never seen conduct like this. I understand the claim of dissociative identity disorder. I have seen something resembling that, and I have seen defendants with schizophrenic disorders. I can understand those. What I have seen is that the mental condition causes the person to act a certain way, and when they realize what they did, they are astonished by what happened, or they have no memory of what happened. Your claim is that it was another personality that murdered Gannon, but there is no time during the minutes, hours, and days following the murder where Letecia came out and wondered, gee, why am I carrying a body around in my luggage? That just isn't credible. You knew what you were doing. You made a number of clear and conscious decisions to cover or disguise what you had done. Claiming a lack of motive is a common defense tactic, and it can be a sound strategy. The truth is, however, that it only takes a moment to make a bad decision that results in disastrous consequences. And oftentimes, we never know why a defendant chose a particular course of action. However, that does not mean that they did not intend to undertake a course of action. Sometimes, as in this case, the likely explanation is anger. An 11-year-old boy with burns who feels that he's not being taken care of. An 11-year-old boy on the verge of being a teenager. Those of us who have lived through people or kids with that were teenagers, we know how that is. It is not hard to imagine Gannon saying something, "You're not my mom. I want my mom. I want my dad." And that would be enough to make you really angry. But anger is not an excuse. A defendant is responsible for the choices they made and the actions they undertook, even though those choices arose out of or were motivated by anger. It's clear that you hated and were jealous of Landon Bullard. You saw yourself as a better mother than she was. It's clear from the evidence that you had some resentment from being left with Mr. Stauch's children. It's clear you had some resentment toward Mr. Stauch because he traveled as part of his job. Some of that manifested as early as Al's assignment in Alaska when you made allegations against the people in his unit. That caused Al to have to return from Alaska. And in one of the phone calls that were played for the jury, you talked about having to take care of his kids while he was away and what a good mother you were. It's clear you felt trapped. You wanted out. You were searching for a new job and a new location in Florida. Mr. Stauch had been gone on his new assignment for less than 2 days when the fire in the basement occurred. I can imagine that you saw your whole future consisting of taking care of Mr. Stauch's children while he was off doing his thing, and that's not the future that you wanted. I can imagine Gannon at some point after he sustained his burns telling you wanted his real mom and how that comment would have made you angry. You took your frustration and anger for the marriage, the child care, the absence of Al, and even living in Colorado. You took all of that out on Gannon. The evidence suggests you first stabbed Gannon repeatedly, 18 times. Based on the number of defensive wounds, he was clearly conscious for some of that. He was certainly gravely wounded. And chillingly, it would also explain how you were able to mimic the sound of Gannon breathing in one of your sessions with Dr. Lewis. Those were probably close to his last breaths. He was dying but not dead. The evidence could also lead one to conclude that he either fell or rolled off the bed where you shot him in the head and then beat him with the butt of a gun or a baseball bat. That would explain the blood found at different levels on the walls in Gannon's bedroom. I'm also reminded of the look you had on your face when you slipped your handcuffs while being transported back to Colorado and attacked Deputy James. I shudder to think that that was probably the last thing that Gannon saw before he died. You have shown no remorse throughout this process. Instead, you've made a to build a web of lies. When you gave an interview to Detective Jessica Bethel on January 29 of 2020, you told her you lied to her about Gannon running away and that he was actually taken by a guy named Eduardo. When you explained that to Detective Bethel, you said you needed to lie because you didn't want to face the consequences. You told her that you were trying to come up with a plan about what you should do. And finally, you told her you really thought you could fix this. I think that's true. You lied because you didn't want to face the consequences. You needed to come up with a plan to fix this, and that plan involved covering up what you had done. It involved lie upon lie. But you slipped up at various points and let kernels of truth escape. In one conversation with Mr. Stauch, you told him the FBI needed to close the borders of Colorado, needed to close I-95. I-95 doesn't go through Colorado. It's an interstate that runs along the entire eastern seaboard. It's also not far from where you dumped Gannon's body. When questioned by Detective Bethel, you told her that Mr. Stauch might also make up some kind of story about you coming at him with a knife. You said you would never use a knife like that. Yet Gannon was stabbed 18 times. Your actions in this case also show a very conscious attempt to avoid responsibility in this case. You started out with the story that Gannon had run away. You gave some hints that it might be related to bath salts or drug use by Gannon. You stayed with that story until you were called into EPSO for an interview. You knew they weren't going to buy the story that Gannon ran away. Then you came up with the abduction. And you stayed with some iteration of that for a long time. But all of those versions had one thing in common. You were always the victim. In one, you're beaten and raped and Gannon was abducted. In one, someone stole Gannon out of a truck in the parking lot. In another, you let someone drive Gannon to a hospital to take care of a head injury that he had after falling off a bike. In all of them, you could claim it wasn't your fault. You were just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Then you got arrested. You stuck to the story that it was someone else that took Gannon. During the hours that you spoke with Special Agent Grusing, he told you he thought sometimes good people do bad things and sometimes it's an accident. Then they found Gannon's body. Then you saw the mountain of evidence against you. And this is a mountain the size of Everest. What was your position after that? Well, it was an accident. And you, Letecia, didn't even do it. It was Maria Sanchez. You carefully crafted your new story to continue to avoid responsibility. It also allowed you to take advantage of the out that Mr. Grusing and Mr. Stauch suggested much, much earlier when they asked you if this was an accident. Now it was an accident. Your Maria Sanchez personality shot Gannon by mistake because she thought he was an intruder in a cape. Multiple personalities is not credible in this setting, as regardless of how many personalities you have, you only have one body. I have presided over cases where a mental disease or defect prevented a defendant from remembering the course of events, including the commission of the crime. Without exception, those defendants have been terrified when contacted by law enforcement because there was a period of time in their lives that they could not account for. Their body may have sustained an injury and they don't know how it happened. They may have some new object in their house or on their person and they have no idea where they got it from. We all have free will and we all make choices based on that free will. The people who suffer from the mental disorder you claim are terrified because their free will has been taken from them and they are being subjected to things and experiences they don't understand and don't have any recollection of. You didn't behave anything like that. One of the purposes is to impose an appropriate sentence for the criminal conduct that occurred. Another purpose is to punish an offender by imposing a sentence that takes into account the seriousness of the offense. Yet another purpose of sentencing is to prevent crime and promote respect for the law by providing an effective deterrent to others likely to commit a similar offense. Anyone who's been in my courtroom before knows that I've said sentencings are the most difficult thing that I do. That's especially true in cases where someone has lost his or her life. Nothing I or the law can do will ever bring that person back. I have handled hundreds, if not thousands, of criminal cases over the years. I think at this point in my career, I've presided over something like 200 jury trials. I've sentenced hundreds more defendants pursuant to plea agreements. This is not the first murder case that has come before me. This is not the first case I have presided over which involves harm to a child. This is not the first case I have had where a person who was in an unhappy marriage committed a crime. Sadly, statistically, there is a high correlation between violent acts, including murders, and family members. I have had a number of cases which have demonstrated one person's capacity for cruelty toward another human being. I can, however, say without hesitation that the facts in this case are the most horrific I have ever seen. Your conduct in this case deserves the maximum punishment that I can impose under Colorado law. As such, with respect to the charge of first-degree murder after deliberation, I remand you to the custody of the Colorado Department of Corrections for the remainder of your life with no possibility of parole. With respect to the charge of murder in the first degree of a child under 12 by a person in a position of trust, I remand you to the custody of the Colorado Department of Corrections for the remainder of your life with no possibility of parole. Those two sentences will merge. If you have questions about that, you can ask your attorneys. With respect to the charge of tampering with a deceased human body, I'm also going to sentence you to 12 years, followed by a 3-year period of parole. That sentence is to be consecutive to the life sentences that I've already imposed. With respect to tampering with physical evidence, I'm going to impose an 18-month sentence. That sentence is also consecutive to the sentences for the murder charges that I have imposed. I also understand, with the consent of the prosecution, and I'm assuming no objection from the defense, that I will dismiss all the charges in 20 CR 3170, close that out subject to restitution, give the people 49 days for restitution, 14 days for response, and if there's an issue, we will set it within the 90 days, from. I think that resolves all outstanding matters. Is there anything else that the prosecution wishes for me to address?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Defense? Court will be in recess.
So there we go, you guys. 2 life sentences without parole. So there, her and Maria can both do their time together because she got 2 life sentences and then all kinds of years on top of that. This woman will never see the light of day ever again. She will never have a chance to hurt another child again. I hope she rots. I hope she rots. Okay, let me see what's going on here. Okay, so with that being said, you guys, I guess I thought we would be able to meet up yet again for sentencing, but thank you. It's done today. Everything is done. She is off to the big house. No more cushy county jail for her. She is off to the big house. And she had the audacity to try and think that she could pick the jail she's going to. That is to put the narcissist cherry on top. That's what she just tried to do. So, with that being said, I want to thank each and every one of you for being here from day one right through this. My mods, thank you so much, you guys. You guys have been the best. We've had a couple bumps along the way, but you guys, between myself and my mods, taking care of all that, kept everything safe here for everybody. And just thank God for that. So, with that being said, you guys, I'm going to let you guys go. I've got to make something to eat. Please take care of yourselves. Please stay safe. Always be aware of your surroundings. I love you guys to the moon and back. Until next time, take care. Rest in peace, Gannon. Rest in peace. Justice has finally been done.